Wow. Good morning. Good morning, all. Welcome to our first ever Mindful Me Summit. This year we're doing it online. I see that we have multiple people already here. If anybody would like to introduce themselves or raise their hand for a little shout out, so that way we could really start to get a little personal, get everybody involved. For those of you who don't know, my name is Jake Lynch, and I am one of the founding members of Mindful Me. And we've been doing this for about a year now. We're very excited to bring it to the public. Very excited to bring this to everybody online. It's very exciting to be able to have this outlet to you guys. Very excited. I just can't stop saying excited. That's how excited I am to be able to be around everybody and to be around such great minds and like-minded people. Um, so essentially, what's going to happen today is at around 9:15, you're going to get rid of me and you're going to be introduced into our keynote speaker, this Maya Rubin, who is going to talk to you all about getting excited about essentially pushing yourself forward in terms of getting motivated. Also, she's going to talk to you about mindfulness and essentially what that means to her. So we're very, very grateful to have her aboard. Um, she was brought on board by our very own Alexa, who has been instrumental in pushing us forward. You're going to get to meet all of us. You're going to get to meet Mr. Daniel Katz. You're going to get to meet Thomas Scholl. You're going to get to meet Fernando Davila and Jonathan Mungle, all of us on the board, including Sierra, who is very instrumental in bringing a mental health aspect to our little organization. Um, yeah, so once we get done and Miss Maya Rubin is completed what she has to say to us all, and we're very grateful for that. We'll also move on to a nice little mindful breathing and grounding technique masterclass that we're going to show to everybody on here. We're very excited about that because in reality, we talked about it on our podcast. If any of you guys are active listeners of that, but when we do those things, we find that the breathing aspect of the mindfulness techniques is really the basis in your first piece of foundation when it comes to a mindful living and being able to take back control when it comes to your breathing and essentially everything in your life. Breathing is one of those simple things that you can in fact control, and then it then translates to controlling and feeling like you have some type of control over your life. So we're very excited about that. I'm most excited about our physical mindfulness masterclass taught by five uh, and very important D1 athletes. We have a Gatorade Football Player of the Year in Derek Wingo. He is going to be playing at the University of Florida. Chomp chomp. I will be attending the University of Florida this fall. Very excited about that. So, in terms of that, we'll have multiple D1 athletes, mostly football. We have also Caleb Boating, who plays on the national championship squad at Clemson University. He's an O lineman. He will also be talking about the stress and the pressure that comes along with big games, such as everybody else. Yes, go Gators from Dan and Thomas in the chat. If anybody else would like to make comments or ask quick questions before we get started, I'm more than welcome. Also, we have Callie Cannavale, who's a kicker at Harvard University. So we have plenty of people coming from world-renowned universities and schools just to help us, Mindful Me, and to help you guys watching to feel better about your mindfulness situation and essentially spread all of the intelligence that we can. Um, and after that, after you get to learn and meet all of the athletes, you get a Q&A with us truly. We have multiple speakers going to be on that Q&A. We have social media influencers, as well as the fact that we have multiple Broward County public school workers. Uh, We're very excited to have Heather Brinkworth on today. Heather Brinkworth is going to be instrumental in being able to bring mindfulness forward in our district and in Broward County. And it's very important to see people with true, Miss Rubin texted, excited to be here, excited to have you. She'll be on soon in about 10 minutes. But as I was saying, it's very important to see people with the true ability to make changes, get involved in small groups like we have, and essentially feel the pressure that this is something that students need and is very important to people's mental health. Before we get started, I'd like, if you guys can, everybody watching, I would like for you guys to try to get involved really quick, because I can see all of your chats. I see that we have people on right now, and I would like, if anybody would like to ask a question, please ask me a question. Any of the attendees, any of the panelists, if they would like to give me a quick icebreaker. Essentially, okay, first question. Why did I get into mindfulness? That's a very important question to me. Essentially, what happened is I was a part of a mock trial team. And if you guys have watched our podcasts or any of those sorts of our programs, you'll know that we all, the Mindful Me board, were a part of a mock trial team, and we found that we all exhibited similar types of pressures, because not only were we trying to perform at a high level, but we were trying to perform at a high level in everything, including our schoolwork. And it felt that there were pressures in those everyday activities that were keeping us nervous. And when we found that we were all doing this, we decided collectively that we would take the time to address this problem, that we would go out and we would find that other people also have the same problem, and that we would try to fix it. And this is what we did. We came up with Mindful Me, and we came up with ways to share with people over the website, over this summit. And the summit was the baby from the idea, from the problem that we came to see. Another question, Ms. Rubin asked, where is this live streaming? I'm currently live streaming from my living room, but we're on Zoom. Everybody else will be at home. They'll be in the comfort of their own home. Obviously, we're all social distancing. That's why we get to do everything online. We have a Q&A. Victoria F says, how far would you like to take Mindful Me? So, Victoria, I personally would like Mindful Me to be an option for every person in the United States. I think if you ask anybody on our live Q&A that we'll have at the end, that they would like to see Mindful Me be a resource for not only students in every school, but also a resource for all forms of life, that you have people that are adults who also experience stress. You have people like students like us that are going into a new transition. They would like to be able to use our meditations, which is a huge thing that we do on our website. Not only do we have meditations, but we have ways for you to contact us, but we have podcasts. Podcasts are a big way for us to take the mindfulness techniques that we learn and make them conversational. That's a big part of what we're trying to do. Is it's hard to take such ideas as mindfulness that are new for people, and there is the stigma that mindfulness can be a hard thing to kind of bring up. You know, we're trying to make it so that way in our podcast we're having these everyday normal conversations, talking about it essentially as it should be, that it is normal. Victoria says, I teach mindfulness through a peer counseling course at the middle school level. Is your team available to be guest speakers for my students? I would say yes. Yes, we definitely can do that. We have done multiple different things where we go into schools and we want to make ourselves available to the community. So if you have the time for us to speak, we will come and speak, and we just want to be able to make that difference. If you can save that for later and we can address it definitely more directly, and we can get back to you in terms of what we want to do and what you would like us to say. But we have more than enough time, especially once school gets back in session, to be able to do that. Or if we need to do it over a Zoom type of interface, we can definitely also do that. So we would love to be able to speak to your middle schoolers. We actually have spoken to middle schoolers before, and that is the most interesting, I think, of an age group to speak to, because they're in that impressionable age where they're so impressionable that they're trying to figure out what is important and how to essentially take in this new information without it seeming like they're different, because it's a big thing to like to be like everybody else when you're that age. So that's a great age, I think, to start talking and having these discussions. Daniel Shapiro asks, how can educators and leaders within the district support your team in inspiring other students to learn more about mindfulness and how it can help enhance well-being and learning? Now, let me take this one and think about it, because in all reality, mindfulness is not an easy thing to start. It is not. Let me rephrase that. Mindfulness, in terms of an organization, is a hard thing to get support with, considering that there has been such a focus away from it when it comes to the school district. So when it comes to district support, our team, I think, really needs right now is we need an ability to get some type of sponsorship. We need to be able to push our name forward the most, because I think we have a product that is truly going to speak for itself. When it comes to mindfulness in our own life, when it comes to mindfulness in my own life, I feel like Mindful Me has truly helped me be able to speak out and present a voice that we want other people to be able to take advantage of. So we'll address the district being able to help us a little bit more during our Q&A. And we're just very grateful that the district is considering us for such an important role in people's lives, and in especially students. Jonathan asks how mindfulness has affected my life. I would say mindfulness has become my life. I would say, in terms of this organization, we fight so hard to be able to provide this content, and we work very hard when it comes to Alexa, Fernando, Jonathan, Sierra, Dan, and Tom. They work day in and day out to be able to, not only some of them working full-time jobs, but coming home and still being able to do what we do. So we're just grateful that we're able to take this mindfulness, and the fact that the district is now putting so much into the mindfulness, and now that the district is truly putting all of their effort into making sure that every student experiences mindfulness in some sort of way. Paula Verse asks, is Mindful Me looking to provide mental health resources for students and families struggling to cope with the pandemic, or have you already done so? I'd love to listen it. So essentially what we provide is what we put out in terms of our podcasts and our meditations. We provide ways to Specifically, Fernando and I, in our Need to Heat podcast, we released a podcast of what to do during the pandemic, ways to stay busy, ways to stay inside and still be able to feel productive. We've had many of those types of podcasts where we specifically target mental health in terms of the pandemic. We also offer our own emails in terms of resources and offer many different types of hotlines that you yourself can visit in order to feel listened to and to feel not isolated. That's a big part of what we're trying to combat these days when it comes to the pandemic. So it is right about that time that Ms. Vismaya Rubin is going to be joining us in about probably 60 seconds or so. So if anybody has one last minute question, oh, there she is. So I guess we'll put her on. Let's get her on there, and thank you.
Hi.
How you doing? Good morning.
Good. So how is the PowerPoint going to happen?
John will do that.
Excellent. So I am Vismaya Rubin, and I am so thrilled to be here. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak at Mindful Me. It is such a powerful community, and I love working with young people. I was a teacher for 20 years in Miami, so this is absolutely up my alley. This is what I love to do. And one last question. Do I have control of the PowerPoint, or how does that work? Okay, there we go. So what is gratitude? So gratitude, let me jump back for a second. So when we talk about mindfulness, I'm going to use the word gratitude. For me, being grateful, practicing gratitude, gets me into that space of mindfulness. And my definition of mindfulness is when my feet and my head are in the same place. And I'm going to give you an example of what happened last weekend. So I live in Hollywood. I live pretty close to the beach. And I couldn't find a parking spot. And I lived close enough where I could turn around and say, you know what, I'll just go to the pool. So I came to my pool, and I have no idea how this happened, but I had the whole pool to myself. It was magical. And I remember being in the pool, and I'm reading this magazine, and I'm just, the weather is perfect. And if you live in South Florida, you know that sometimes the water can get really hot, but the water was just magical. I could not have asked for a better scenario. And I'm in there, and all of a sudden I hear people on the outside, of the pool area, and they're talking, and all I'm thinking about is, I hope they don't come in. I hope they don't come in. I hope they don't come in. This is my spot. I have the best spot today. I hope they don't come in. I hope I get the pool to myself. And I realized in a second, my body, my feet are in the pool. My feet are in the water that's just delicious. My feet are in this pool by itself, but my mind was somewhere else. And in that moment, I was able to see, listen, you are exactly where you want to be. Stay here, enjoy the moment, be present. And if somebody comes in the pool, you'll deal with that after. You'll figure that part out after. So I had a very nice experience of really practicing being mindful and being in the moment. And when I talk about mindfulness, again, I also a lot of times talk about it as gratitude. So what is gratitude? According to Dr. Robert Emmons, who happens to be one of the leading gratitude researchers, he said, gratitude is acknowledging that we received something good, and then we recognize that source of good lies partially outside of ourselves. But I want to add something to that, because I think that that's a great definition, but I think it's missing one thing. And the thing that it's missing is that when we practice gratitude, or that when we start to look at the things that are great in our life, it's also really important that we focus on, what did I do right? What did I do well? And I think that's something that we're going to focus on today. Because as a former teacher, one of the things I think is so important is that I can give you all sorts of information, but if I don't give you the steps on how to do it, I haven't done my job. So if I have your permission, I'm going to do that. So when we talk about gratitude, we talk about gratitude is synonymous with the word appreciation. So why do people invest money? It's simple. Because when we invest money, it appreciates. and you have more of it. At least that's what we hope, why people invest or put money in the bank. We want it to appreciate. We want the money to grow. And it's the same thing as our relationships. It's the same thing as our relationships grow when we start to pay attention to them. Our happiness grows when we start to pay attention to the things in our life that work. And there's research that shows that when we focus on the good stuff that we have in our life, the more we focus on it, the more it expands. And I'm going to show you ways to focus on those things in your life that work a little bit later. So this is my mother. And I really had an interesting, so I'll go back for a second. In 2011, I had this idea to create this gratitude movement. And then, of course, life comes up and life throws all these things that happen in the fan. And at the end of 2012, or the end of 2012, it was Thanksgiving. And I love Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. And I'm sitting at my computer and I'm like, I have to write a gratitude post and I have to talk about gratitude, and gratitude is really important. Thanksgiving is tomorrow. And I had this whole plan for Thanksgiving Day. You see, my parents were divorced since I was 3. And if you come from divorced families, you know that holidays can be a little bit of a challenge. Where do I go this holiday? What do I do the next holiday? But now as an adult, I had the perfect plan laid out. In the morning, I was going to get up. I was going to have Thanksgiving brunch with my mom and her best friend. Then I was going to head down to Miami and see my uncle and my ex-stepdad and have, just hang out with them for a bit. And then in the evening, I was going to go see my dad and my stepmom and my brothers and my nephews and the rest of the family. So I had it timed. Everything was perfect. And it really gave me some freedom because I got to be with everybody that I love to be with on the day that I love the most, the holiday I love the most. Well, as I'm getting ready to write my gratitude post, because I'm like, gratitude, yay, it's Thanksgiving. I get a phone call, and the phone call, somebody said to me, Miss Rubin, yes, your mom's been admitted to the hospital. I'm like, what? So at that moment, I was anything less than grateful. I was angry. I was frustrated. I was sad. I was upset. I was pissed. Because my Thanksgiving, how is this going to happen? And I wanted to have Thanksgiving with my mom. So fast forward, what happened was, she was admitted to the hospital. She was not going home the next day. She was going to stay there for a couple of days. She ultimately had a stroke. And what you don't see is that my mom's wheelchair is off to the side in this picture. She had ultimately had a stroke. And I'm now sitting at my computer after hearing this information, and I have one thought going, you need to write a gratitude post because you call yourself a gratitude gangster. How are you going to talk about what you're grateful for? You have nothing to be grateful for. Your mom's in the hospital. Thanksgiving is not the way you want it to be. You need to sit down and talk about gratitude because you're a gratitude gangster. Oh my God, life is horrible. Life is challenging. I have nothing to be grateful for. But I want to explain to you something. A gratitude gangster is a person who lives life to the fullest, who finds magic in life's challenges. So I'll share with you a little bit more in a second. So as I'm talking about, having this duality in my brain, I'm feeling bad about myself. I'm feeling bad. I'm feeling like a hypocrite. I'm feeling like, how can I go on stage and tell people to practice gratitude when I am feeling anything less than grateful? And there's this whole conversation, a conflict going on in my mind. And then, so what I did was I sat down at the computer and I said, just write. And I started to come up with these things that would mean nothing to you. It would mean nothing to anybody else. But for me, these were magical moments in my life that when I started to pay attention to them, I started to see how many of them I had. And I remember writing down, my dad at the time had just learned how to text. And every once in a while, he would send me a text that said, just thinking of you, I love you. Or, he was new to Facebook and he would share my post. I was like, what? This is kind of cool. Or my uncle would send out something every Friday night, and he would send something out to my cousin and I, and just these awful jokes or these little pieces of wisdom that he would only send to one of my cousins. He didn't send them to my brothers. And I was like, wow, that's his way of showing me he loves me. So by the time I finished, I had a list of 36 things that came out of my brain like this, super fast. And I felt a whole lot better. Okay. So I felt better, but at the same time, there was still that duality going on. And the duality was because how do I have both? And then I read this quote again by Dr. Robert Emmons, and he said, gratitude is an effortful state to create and maintain. It is not for the intellectually lethargic. What does that mean? It was much easier for me to sit at my computer and be miserable and be upset and be frustrated because Thanksgiving wasn't going to go the way I wanted it to go. It was much easier for me to be angry, frustrated, and upset because my mom was in the hospital, which was normal and a natural response. It took effort. It took mental brain power to sit down and find things that I was grateful for. So when I heard this, I was like, so it's not always going to be easy. Oh, okay. So it takes a little bit of work. Oh, okay. And what that did was it made me realize that what I was feeling at that moment was perfectly normal. And it was okay to feel that way. So I got a question for you, and I love doing this in front of live audiences because it's always I get the best response. So obviously, because I can't see you, here's what I want you to do. When the alarm goes off in the morning, do you look like the guy on the left? What? Or the guy on the right? And most people say to me, I look like the little dog on the right. And I have to tell you, the truth is that when I wake up in the morning, I am not somebody who wakes up and goes, yes, I'm so happy to be alive. It's something that I work at. And one of the tips that I'll share with you right now, and I'll talk about it again later, is I wake up every morning and I go, today is going to be a magical day. And there are some days that voice in my head goes, are you kidding me? And then the other voice says, yeah, because you just declared it. So we'll talk about that in a second. Keep going. So gratitude is like any other muscle. And if you want that muscle to grow, you need to exercise that. We all know how to lose weight. If I said to you, lose weight, eat less, exercise more, you would do it. You would know how to do it. But it's about putting that into practice. It's about actually getting up and doing the steps. I can tell you all day long, if you want to be more grateful, practice gratitude. But you've got to actually do the steps. And if you have a simple, consistent gratitude practice, that's how you really start to see the things around you that are so magical, that light up your life, and are really some of the steps about being that lead to mindfulness. So I'm sure many of you know who this is. It's DJ Khaled. And I thought this was such a brilliant quote because he was talking about how he won this Grammy for his last album about his about his son. And he said, I spoke this into existence. And that's exactly what I was talking about when I said, I wake up today and say, today is going to be a magical day. I'm speaking that into existence. So he woke up and he's like, today, I spoke this into existence. This is the way it's going to be. I'm going to win all the awards and it's going to blow up and my album is going to be the best. And he made that happen. Now, he made that happen because he also did the work. Speaking it into existence is the first step. Now he had to do the work. And I thought that was such a brilliant quote when he said that. And really, what's so powerful about it is where focus goes, energy flows. And we hear Tony Robbins talking about that all the time. And I'm going to also share more about that because that is such a powerful statement. Where focus goes, energy flows. So here's a perfect example. You have, it's hot outside. We live in South Florida or wherever you're living, and it's hot outside and you have the perfect beverage in your hand. And it's, if it's tea, it's the right amount of sweetness. If it's a soda, it's your favorite. And you're walking in the hallway and somebody bumps you and your soda spills. And if I were to ask you, why did your soda spill? Most of you, if I was in a live call, most of you go, oh, because somebody bumped me. And you'd be really nice about it. But in your head, you're probably like, my soda spilled because that idiot bumped into me. And that's what we think a lot of times. And I want to tell you something that you're wrong on that. Here's a button. Your soda spilled because there was soda in your cup. Had there been tea in your cup, your tea would have spilled. Whatever is inside of that cup is what spills out. And I love the logo of Mindful Me because it's about a cup and filling yourself up with the right stuff. So when life comes along and shakes you up, whatever is inside of that cup is going to spill out. So you get to decide. Next. Is your cup going to be filled with joy and gratitude and love and happiness and all the yumminess? Or is it going to be filled with anger and bitterness and frustration and sadness? We hear all the time that happiness is a choice. And I believe it is. 100% I believe it is. But the question is, how do I choose happy? I mean, let's face it right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're dealing with racial inequalities. We're dealing with this kind of something that has been silenced for so long is now out in the open, or out in the open in a way that it hasn't been in a very long time. And people are also going through all of these economic challenges. So how do I choose happy? How do I be mindful when everything outside of me is chaotic? And remember, one of the things I said to you in the beginning is a gratitude gangster is a person who lives life to the fullest and who finds magic in life's challenges. And that's what I'm going to show you now. So how do we do that? Great question. So it's by tapping into your inner gratitude gangster. What? So I shared with you that I was a teacher in a high school in Miami for 20 years. And I had my students keeping gratitude charts. Well, if you ever tell a ninth grader that they're going to keep gratitude charts, or that that they have to write down 20 things that they're grateful for each month, they're going to look at you like you had lost your mind. So I welcomed my class the first day of school. I said, by the way, you're going to start to keep these charts. They were like, Miss, you don't know my life. Are you kidding? I'm going to make stuff up. I'm not doing this. And then they would whisper, is she crazy? Who does she think she is? She doesn't know my life. So that's how August started. And then by a few months later, so let's say by November, I would get little notes on the gratitude charts. Thank you for making us do this. A few months later, wow, miss, I'm really noticing some things. And by the end of the year, what happened was I had students who were coming up to me and saying, I'm so excited to give you my gratitude chart. And I said, baby, tell me what happened. And they said, miss, I'll never forget this as long as I live. Stephanie came up to me and she says, you know what I realized, miss? She said, I realized that I spend a lot of time with my family. And I'm really excited and happy and lucky that I get to spend that time with people that I love so much. I never realized it till I started to write down things on my gratitude chart. And somebody else came up to me and she said, you know what I learned, miss? I said, tell me what you learned. She says, I realized that when I feel bad, if I do something else or do something for somebody else, it boosts up my energy level. So how do we tap into our inner gratitude gangster? So normally when people give you a presentation, they go in order, but I'm not going to go in order. So the first thing is by appreciating people, places, and things. Now remember, I told you in the beginning that gratitude is an effortful state to create and maintain. It is not for the intellectually lethargic. So it's not always easy, but what do I mean? Like I was telling you before, I was not being mindful when I was in the pool. My feet were in the pool, my mind was somewhere else. So the minute I got into that space where my body and mind were connected in that pool, I felt the cool water. I saw that I was in this beautiful space by myself. I could hear the birds chirping. So appreciate people and places and things. And the reason is, again, when we start to appreciate the things that we have in our life, they start to grow. So what if you're not in that space where you're not feeling like anything is going well, or you're not feeling very grateful, or you're feeling frustrated, or you're, again, like my students, life, you don't understand my life. I'm stuck in the house. The pandemic's going on. What I always tell people is when you're in that space, what is one thing that you can do for yourself that you know will pull you out? And I'll give you an example. So during the pandemic, I'm not a normal, junk food buyer, but I thought the whole world was ending, and I ran to the store like everybody else in the madness, and I bought potato chips and snacks and stocked up. And I realized that I was sitting on the couch watching more TV than I have ever done before in my life. So one of the things that I had to do was I had to do something that I knew would make me feel better, because I wasn't in this space where I was appreciating much of anything. I was frustrated, I was scared, I was sad. All my live events had been canceled. So I had to do something that shook me up a little bit, that allowed me to appreciate the people, places, and things around me. So I said, okay, Vismaya, what do you love to do? I said, all right. So, like that remote had become like an appendage, another appendage of my body. So what do you love to do? I love to dance. Okay. So I turned on the music and I would move my body in the middle of my living room for 3 minutes. And it shifted things for me. And then I had the opportunity, or I had something now that I could say, wow, you know what? I really appreciate the fact I love music. I love this song. I love the fact that I can move my body, and I really love the way I dance. So it was the opportunity to create something if I didn't see it around me. And again, when we appreciate people, when we say to people that we love, thank you, I love you, you matter to me. You did such a great job today. When we give people specific reasons why we are grateful for them, we're now giving them a gift, and we're able to tap into that space of gratitude for ourselves. So it's nice to say, wow, you know what, Mom, I really love you. That's great, because we say it to our moms all the time. But what if you were more specific? Mom, thank you so much for making me my favorite meal. Thanks, you knew exactly what I needed to hear today. Thank you. Or when we go back to school and your teachers are online and you know that they're working so hard and they're just as frustrated as everybody else, and you say, wow, you know what? And you really enjoyed the lesson today. I'm not saying make things up, but you know what, Miss Smith? I really love what you did today in class. Thank you so much. When we start to appreciate the things around us, what happens is that there's science that proves that as we start to appreciate, as we start to notice those things in our life that work, we train our brain to find them. So if I wake up every day and I say, today is going to be a magical day, I've already set the stage and told my brain to start looking for things that make it magical. And then I also get to create them. But I've already told my brain to be on the lookout. And imagine that when you're on the lookout looking for those things that are magical, you start to find even more. And then the more that you find, the better you feel. So the first part of being a gratitude gangster, what? And I should have said that every time I introduce myself, I tell people, I am Vismaya Rubin, your #1 gratitude gangster, what? So next time you see me, you're going to see me, you're going to go, what? That was a side note. So the first thing is appreciate the people, places, and things. This, I think, is the most important. Give yourself a break. And it's going back to what I talked about before. I could have beaten myself up by saying, you call yourself a gratitude gangster, but you're not practicing gratitude. You're sitting on the couch watching more TV than you've ever watched, eating potato chips, which you know are not good for you. When the pandemic started, I realized that a lot of things were happening. People were saying, be happy, it's okay, it's time to do this. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And what I say to people is feel what you're feeling, because when we acknowledge what we're feeling, then we're able to shift out of it. When what we resist persists. So if I'm going, I'm not angry, I'm not upset, I'm not, and you're throwing it back into this container, and it's like one of those pressure cookers. You're pushing it down and pushing it down. Sooner or later, what happens? It explodes. So give yourself a break. If you're feeling any of those feelings, it's okay. One of my favorite positive psychologists is Tal Ben-Shahar. He was giving a speech one day, or he was on an interview, and the lady asked him, she says, Tal, do you ever get upset? And he said, well, of course I do. He says, there are only two types of people in the world who never experience negative emotions. You know who they are? And she says, she thinks for a minute, and he says, the only two people who never experience negative emotions are people who are dead or people who are psychopaths. So I'm here to tell you that if you are ever angry, frustrated, sad, or upset, celebrate because you're alive. Celebrate because you're human. And being a gratitude gangster doesn't mean that every day is, wonderful and perfect and special, but it means that we can find the perfection in every day. It means that we can find those moments. And here's one of the tricks that I said I would teach you, tricks on how to tap in to that space. Here's one of them. So if you're not in that space of like, life is wonderful, I feel great, I'm grateful for everything, I look around, I see all these magical things, here's what I want you to do. We all walk around every day with our cell phones. Set your alarm to go off every 3 to 4 hours. When your alarm goes off, I want you to stop, take a deep breath, and I want you to reflect and ask yourself, what are my gratitude wins? Who or what made a difference for me? What did I do for myself? Remember, going back to that self piece. Did I do something new or do something nice? And then what made me smile or laugh till my sides hurt? And if the answer is nothing, that's okay. Because guess what? You're going to do it again in 3 to 4 hours. The most important part of this is that it's a gratitude practice, not a gratitude perfect. You'll never hear me say it's an attitude of gratitude. Because if I'm supposed to have an attitude of gratitude and I'm supposed to wake up every day feeling joyful and excited, and I happen to wake up and I'm not feeling that way, or I'm experiencing life because life is throwing a whole lot of stuff at me, then I feel bad. Then I feel upset. And I feel depressed. And then I feel small. So the first step is really giving yourself a break. It's okay to feel whatever you're feeling, but the key is not to stay there. And that's the one trick when I said to set your alarm off. That's the first trick that will keep you out of that space of feeling bad when you can't find something to be grateful for. So get a gratitude journal. And again, I'm going out of order on purpose. So get a gratitude journal. What does that mean? The gratitude journal is where you're going to put all of your gratitude wins. This is not the journal where you're going to write down your thoughts for the day, and you're not going to write down, how horrible, your biology teacher was, or how, upsetting your mother was, or your spouse, or your girlfriend, or your boyfriend, or wherever you are in life. You're only going to write down the things that made you smile, that made you feel good, that uplifted you. You're going to write down your gratitude wins, and here's why. Number one, it's an ongoing list of all the things in your life that work, that went well. And if you don't have a gratitude journal, pull out a notebook. The only thing that goes in that notebook, again, are your gratitude wins. Who or what made a difference for me today? What did I do for myself? And that is so important. Write down the things that you did well. When I got off the couch, what I did well was I got up and I danced, because I knew that dancing was going to shift my mindset and pull me out of that space and make me feel better. Another thing I did during the pandemic is I realized that I was so sedentary that I had not moved. And I set a challenge for myself. I'm like, you're going to walk 10,000 steps a day. So I found an accountability buddy, and I walked 10,000 steps a day for probably 50 days. And then I got off the train, and now I'm jumping back on again. So write down your wins. And when you write down your gratitude wins and you write down the things that you did well, it's a really great opportunity. It boosts your self-esteem because you're looking at this running list of all the things that you did well. And if you're going to do it like I suggested with your gratitude wins, another thing I suggest is that take a highlighter and all the things that you did well, highlight in one color. Because then as you're flipping through it, there's a yellow one. That's something I did. A yellow one, a yellow one, a yellow one, a yellow one. And you start to see all these magical things that you did well. And it doesn't have to be something grandiose. It could be something small, like, you know what? Today I walked 10 steps and yesterday I didn't walk any. Or today I walked 10 more steps than I did yesterday. Or today I decided, you know what? Instead of eating that bag of potato chips, I'm going to have an apple. Simple things, small things. Write them down. So it's a great boost, self-esteem booster. And it also is a great motivator. So if you have a goal that you've written down, if you have, excuse me, so if you have a goal that you wrote down and then you take one small step towards that goal, write it down. My example of dancing for 3 minutes is not a big earth-shattering or earth-changing moment, but it was an earth-changing moment in my world. So I wrote it down. I remember, even sometimes I tell people in my community, get up and do hip swirls. So every once in a while, I'll get up and I'll do a hip swirl. Not life-changing, but it makes me feel so good. And if it shifts that energy for me, I get to write it down. I get to choose what goes in that journal. So it's a great way to motivate you, because you start to see, again, a running list of all the things that you did well. Narrate a new story. How often do we ask the question when something goes wrong, why me? I would ask you, why not you? So there's 2 stories I want to share. So when I was my last year teaching, I won the award for first place complainer. Even though I was still a gratitude gangster, and even though I, taught about gratitude, there was one woman in my building who every time she came near me, I could feel my blood boiling. It didn't matter if she was in my building or if she was 3 buildings away from me. It didn't matter if she was in the parking lot. If I knew she was around, I could feel my blood boil. So a friend of mine said, Miss Maya, she said, why don't you practice what you preach? She's like, you need to narrate a new story. You need to reframe that story. What do you mean? She goes, you complain about this woman constantly, and you're not even around her most of the time. I said, okay. So I went home. I started to write down, one side of the list says, what do I love about being a high school teacher? I love the fact that I got to be around young people all the time. I love the fact that I was able to bring them this whole concept of gratitude. I love that I had summers off. I love that I had the time to build this gratitude movement. I loved, being part of my school community. I was in that school for 20 years. I loved my colleagues. I loved my 5th period class that year. Like, I adored them. If I had to be absent, I made sure it was not a day that I had 5th period. And what I started to realize is that there were so many things that this job allowed me to do. So when I went into work the next day, I was like a new person. My energy was cleared. I went in, I was happier, I was more vibrant, and my students were like, what happened to you? And really the only thing that happened to me was I decided to narrate a new story, that I got to be in charge of how I felt when I went to work and look at all the things that I loved about it versus focusing on what wasn't working. And it's funny because in January, I drove to Asheville, North Carolina, because I had a show. And the saying, everything that could go wrong. Well, I don't want to even go there, because when we say that again, what you focus on expands. So I rented an Airbnb, and I get to my Airbnb, and I go to lock my car, and my car's not locking, and I have all my gratitude swag in it, and I'm like, oh great, the clicker wasn't working. And then I look at where my Airbnb is, and I have to carry all my luggage downstairs, and it's freezing cold, and it's dark, and I'm going on in my mind. So I get on the Airbnb the next day. I had worked all day long. I go back to the Airbnb, and I locked myself out. And now it's 11 o'clock at night, and I have to wake this family up to let me in. And by the way, it's snowing. There's light flurries. But for this Florida girl, I was like, oh my God. It gets better. So I go in. I wake up in the middle of the night with these excruciating leg cramps. And then I go to use the restroom. I come back to look at the time, and I realize that my phone had not been charging. And I'm having a heart attack because my phone is how I would charge people, with the credit card. And I remember thinking to myself, excuse me, in the middle of the night going, why me? Why me? And all of a sudden I stopped and I shifted and I was like, why not you? All that's happening is that you had a litany of things that were happening that may not have been so pleasurable, but it's not happening to you. It's happening because it's happening. Okay. So it's not about me personally? No, it's not about you personally. It could happen to anybody. You grabbed the wrong cord for your phone. It's okay. And I remember having that conversation with myself, and it was really a powerful conversation because I went into work the next day and I had a whole different vibe about me. And I remember saying to the guy that was at the booth next to me, I said, I woke up in the middle of the night with cramps and it was the worst experience I had. It was horrible. And he says, you know what takes that away? Yellow mustard. I'm like, what? He goes, yes, yellow mustard. I went to the bar in the hotel and I said, I need some yellow mustard. She goes, oh, for your hamburger? You want ketchup? And I said, no. I said, somebody told me that it takes away leg cramps. I'm just going to take a scoop. And the guy sitting next to me says, are you kidding me? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Very long story short, we sat. He knew some of the people that were at the convention that happened to know me. We were all sitting around chatting. The next day, the convention ended, and I had the most magical experience because my new friend became my tour guide. And I got to experience something that I would never have experienced had I not changed the story from why me to why not me. I went into the mountains, and it was really funny because there was somebody on the side of the mountain who was also exploring who had a big USF shirt, and I graduated from USF, so I got to stop and take a picture. But I got to see snow, and I got to see the sunset from the top of a mountain, and I got to hang out with a new friend and create this new experience simply because I changed my story from why me to why not me. So it's an opportunity for you to turn the tables. It's an opportunity for you to gain control of your life again. And that doesn't mean that every day is going to be perfect and wonderful. But it gives you the opportunity to see the perfect and wonderment of those small situations. All right, next one. So I love this one, and it's start every conversation with something positive. You pick up the phone, and you have these people in your life, so you call them up. Hey, what's going on? Oh my God. This happened to me today, and it's and it all of a sudden you feel your energy going. It's being sucked out of you. So what do I do in those situations? I always say to them, so what's the best thing that happened to you today? Or tell me something good. When we start every conversation with something positive, we're not making stuff up. But again, we're training our brain to find those moments of magic in the day. We're training our brain to find the things that work versus focusing constantly on the negative. And it's not always easy because, again, gratitude is an effortful state to create and maintain. It is not for the intellectually lethargic. So this takes work. Being mindful takes work. But once you're in that practice, what you'll start to notice is that it happens automatically. So start every conversation with something positive. And maybe if you woke up in the morning and stubbed your toe and, spilled coffee on your shirt and got into the car and were going to school and you were late to school, but the best thing that happened is you saw a rainbow. Oh, wow, you know what? I saw a rainbow today. And then if you want to go and share the rest of it, you can. But you started with something positive. Wow, I saw a rainbow today. And it was so perfect because the morning I had was not the best. But start it with something positive. And this takes a little bit of work. And when you have those people who drain you and who are energy suckers, smile and say, can you tell me something positive? Like, what's the best part of your day? What's something good that happened? Anything? And see what they say. Because I guarantee you, they'll start to get the hang of it. They'll start to shift. They'll start to see. They'll start to notice and join you in that conversation. Next slide. So team. These were my babies my last year teaching. This was not my fifth period, but I'm going to tell it myself right now. If you saw me a little staggered at the beginning, here's what happened. the PowerPoint that I sent, my computer was crazy, was not the PowerPoint that I wanted to send. It was a different one. So I was a little off kilter. And I'm sharing that with you because here's an opportunity for me to show you that life is not perfect. And the picture that I had in the beginning of the slide was my 5th period class. And my 5th period class is really the crew that created the term gratitude gangsta. So I wanted to honor them at the beginning of this PowerPoint. That didn't happen, so we're going to go with it. So when I talk about team, think back to when I said to you I was complaining and I was, moaning about the person at work, and my friend said, Vismaya, start to practice what you preach. Well, when you surround yourself with people who inspire you to be a gratitude gangster, when you surround yourself with people who say to you, hey, what's the best part of your day? Hey, it's okay to feel the way you're feeling. Now, what's one small thing you can do to shift that? What's one small thing you can do to be positive? And I'll tell you, this is a little kind of off topic, but in 2013, Valentine's Day, my dad had part of his lung removed. 2 days later, I got a call that my cousin's husband had been killed. 3 weeks later, my aunt went into the hospital we knew she wasn't coming out. And 3 weeks after that, my mom had another stroke. The first 6 months of 2013, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. But because I had this gratitude practice, I started to focus on all the moments that worked. The minute that my cousin called me on a Saturday and told me her husband had been killed, that Saturday afternoon, I was able to buy a ticket and fly to Atlanta. So those sweet moments of gratitude, I was able to focus on what worked. What worked? I had the money to buy a ticket. I was able to take the time off work. I got to be of service to my cousin. I got to do some of the things that she didn't want to do, but I took the heat off of her. I took all of the pressure off of her. So that's when I talk about finding those moments, even in the challenging times. And when you have a team of people that point those moments out to you, and sometimes it works the opposite way. So it's really funny because I was telling a friend of mine, I was like, these are all the things that were going on. I'm like, but man, I got to be with my cousin. And while my aunt was in the hospital, I got to say to my uncle, go home and sleep for the night. And I was able to give him that gift because he was exhausted and his body hurt and he was sleeping in the hospital bed or the little hospital cot. And he came up the next morning and he looked at me and he's like, and his face had completely shifted because he was rested. And when he was rested, he was better able to care for my aunt. And I said, those are the moments for me that were these gratitude moments. These were my gratitude wins in all of this chaos that was happening. And she said to me, she goes, you know what, Vismaya? I said, yeah. She goes, I got to stay away from you. I'm like, what? She goes, I need to stay away from you. I said, why? She goes, because all this negative stuff is happening to you. And I remember looking at her going, Marilyn, did you not hear anything I said? I've told you some of the stuff that was happening, but I've also pointed out all these little moments, all the gratitude wins that I've been able to notice and see, and all the ways that I've been able to be inspired, even in the middle of all of these challenges. So surround yourself again with people who pull that out of you. And again, my friend was a mirror for me because even though she wasn't seeing it right away, the minute I said that to her, she goes, you know what? She goes, you didn't complain once. You keep telling me the things that are working. So the people that we surround ourselves with are really powerful. And being part of Mindful Me community, you're surrounding yourself with people who are all on that same path. How do I practice mindfulness? How do I start to see the juiciness in life? How do I bring myself back when I'm not feeling so good? So you're in the right place. This is another one of my favorites. I know they're all my favorites, and I say that all the time, but I love to do this in live audiences also because allow others to contribute to you. I get awkward when somebody compliments me. I never know what to say. So somebody looks at you and goes, wow, you look really nice today. Me? Happy birthday. What? This was so perfect because Valentine's Day this year I went to I went to a networking group and I was the guest speaker. And I said to this woman, I go, wow, that dress is so beautiful. And she says, oh my God, it was the only red thing I had. It was the last thing that was clean. I pulled it out of my closet and threw it on. And I start laughing, you know, I didn't laugh out loud, but I'm in my head, I'm giggling because I was like, that's going to be a perfect example for this one. Allow others to contribute to you. So I said, okay. So when we started to have this conversation, I said, you know, isn't it funny? When somebody compliments us, many of the times we want to deflect it. We want to say no. We want to say, it's not me. The energy of giving and receiving is the same energy. What do I mean by that? We're taught all our lives it's better to give than receive. What if I said to you, it's better to give and receive? So allow others to contribute to you. Allow others to give back to you, because when you're allowing that, when you're accepting the compliment, you're allowing somebody else to feel good about themselves because they did something nice for you. They got to appreciate you. Remember, that was the first day. They got to appreciate you. So when somebody compliments you, instead of going, oh no, not me, not this dress, it was, you know, the last thing that was clean in my closet. Open your arms. And it sounds weird, but really, open up your hands, palms up. Look them in the eye. Close your mouth. Take a deep breath. And then simply respond, thank you. We're so used to being taught that we have to say something back immediately. Oh, you like my dress? Well, I like your dress too. No. Allow others to contribute to you. So, again, with the dress thing. So I was at another place, and I said to this lady, I said, wow, I love your dress. And again, first thing she said, this thing, I bought it for $5 at Goodwill. Whoa, brakes on. I didn't ask you where you bought it. I didn't ask you how much it cost. I said, let's do this over. All I'm going to do is compliment you. And the only thing you're going to say is thank you. And I really encourage you, when you get off this call today at 12:30, whenever it ends, to go and find somebody in your house and give them a genuine compliment. But before you do it, say, here's how it's going to work. I'm going to give you a compliment. And the only thing you're allowed to do is open your hands, take a deep breath, look me in the eyes, and say thank you. And then reverse. Allow them to do that to you, because we have to get into the space. It's such a gift to give to others and to ourselves. So practice, practice, practice. Remember, giving and receiving is the same energy. So when somebody does that to you, all you have to do is say thank you. Next one. So remember, the next time you get angry, sad, frustrated, or fearful, or annoyed, or anxious, tap into your inner gratitude gangsta. Next one. So give yourself a break. Appreciate the people, places, and things around you. Narrate a new story. Get a gratitude journal. Start every conversation with something positive. Team up with great people and allow others to contribute to you. So, you know, in a second we'll have time for a Q&A. And really what I would love to know is, what is your biggest takeaway? What's one thing that you're going to do immediately? And then, you know, research shows that you learn best what you teach. So who can you share this information with today? So we have time now for a Q&A. And the last thing I want to say is, if you would love to stay in touch with me, there are 2 ways you can do that. Go to livingandgratitudetoday.com or text the word grateful to 64600. Thank you.
Hi, Miss Rubin. It's Alexa.
Hey, please call me Vismaya.
Okay, Vismaya. We have some questions from people on our Instagram that I'm going to read to you now. So someone asked, how do you personally prevent taking yourself too seriously or being too hard on yourself?
So because I've been doing this a very long time, it goes back to, you know, and again, the example of sitting on the couch, watching TV, eating potato chips. I was in a space where I was done. But because I have this practice and I've been doing it for so long, I recognize you're not feeling so great. You are not being productive. You're not getting anything done. So how long are you going to allow yourself to do this? And then again, I found these things that I knew would bring me joy so that I could shift out of that energy. and, going for walks, getting up and dance, doing hip swirls, whatever it is for you, find that one thing that will shift the energy. You've got to kind of push yourself around a little bit, jolt yourself out of that. At least that's what works for me. The other thing some people like to do, journal. Whatever's in your mind, journal it, not in your gratitude journal, because here's where we're vomiting everything we need to take from our head and put it out. But I think the first part is recognizing and acknowledging, this is how I'm feeling right now. And being okay with not feeling okay, and being willing to say, I now need to find something different. Because again, when we push down those feelings, it's the pressure cooker. They explode if we don't acknowledge them. So I hope that answered it.
Yeah, it did really well. Someone asked to mention your book. Just talk about your book. We did advertise it.
So I was part of 4 compilation books, I think, at this time, and I wrote different chapters in them. One of them is called Journey to the Stage. I was in volume 2 and volume 5. Another one was called Champions, and the proceeds of that go to support women exiting out of foster care. And the other one I was in was a book called, oh my God, it just escaped me. I will find that and I will post it on the Facebook page if that works.
Yeah, perfect. Someone asked, would you personally have utilized a program like Mindful Me when you were first getting into gratitude?
So, yes. And while I was part of when I was teaching, I taught a character development class, which was very aligned with Mindful Me. But the tool I used was the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. And I created curriculum and I did all sorts of things in my classroom around that. I absolutely would have, because I believe that if we want students to be able to learn the content, we have to first fix what's here. We have to first give them a safe space, a place, and the tools to learn how to quiet the mind. So I think what you guys are doing is so important, and so it's probably, and forgive me to all the teachers out there, because I love and respect all of you, but it's probably now especially one of the most important thing we can teach young people: how to be mindful, how to meditate, how to, again, have your feet and your mind in one place so that you're able to absorb and to learn all the other information.
Yeah, I think that's very true. Actually, one of our teachers has done that at the beginning of every single class, and it does really help to, empty your mind and start to refocus. Something on that same note, how do you stay positive every day when or try to stay positive every day when all the bad things going on around you in the news and just seeing everything negative going on?
So again, I want to be transparent. After the last weekend in May, so it was the weekend after George Floyd died, I remember sitting on my couch. Again, like, I'm not a news person, but sitting on my couch watching the news like nonstop. I couldn't move and I was in tears. So I'm not positive 100% of the time, because I think that for me to say that to you, I wouldn't be authentic. But what I do, again, is I have the awareness to know that if I am in that space, I have to do something different. So again, I had to physically turn off the TV. A friend of mine said to me, what are you doing? She goes, don't you like that silly show about the Beauty and the Baker? Put that on. Because you sitting here watching the news all day, the only thing it's doing is making you more sad, more frustrated, more upset. You haven't stopped crying in 2 days. Put something else on. So jolt again, you got to shake that system up. So I'm not 100% positive all the time and in a happy, grateful mood all the time, but I know how to bring myself back. And it's, again, for me, going out for walks, doing yoga. I love yoga. And going out for walks in my neighborhood when quarantine was the best thing I could have done for myself. And I had this love affair with a family of owls that I saw at the school behind my house. So that was something I got to look forward to. So find something you can look forward to, find something that you love to do, so when you're in that space, you can, again, pull yourself out. But it's okay to feel sad sometimes. It's okay to feel frustrated.
And I think that's important to know. And a question from Caroline in the chat. Thank you for your gifts. I am grateful. I have a question. How do you recommend setting boundaries mindfully?
So it goes back to the scenario of when you're on an airplane and somebody says, the flight attendant says, put your oxygen mask on first. That's really what it is. It's sometimes you have to say no and say, I need to, or I cannot do this because it's not what's best for me, or I cannot do this because it takes away quality time for me. You have to kind of have, and here's what I would say. Spend some time maybe and think about what are the reasons that you want to say no to somebody? What are the reasons that you want to set boundaries or you want to create those boundaries? And be clear on them. And then if you have to speak them, I thank you so much, but this isn't working for me right now. I really appreciate your time, or I really appreciate the offer. I can't do this right now. You don't have to explain yourself to everybody, but really be clear in your own mind as to why this is working or not working for you and why you need to set those boundaries. Being in toxic relationships with people or being surrounded by toxic people because you want to be the do-gooder and you want to be the one that helps them and supports them, well, what is that doing to your own energy? If it's sucking it dry and pushing you down, no. So I hope that helps.
This question I think is very important and is a very frequently asked question, which we have addressed, but it's always good to have other people's perspective. What would you tell someone who is new to mindfulness or is just getting started and they're very skeptical? What would you tell them?
I would go back to what I said about a gratitude practice and how to begin it. Set your alarm to go off every 3 to 4 hours and ask yourself in that time frame, who or what made a difference for me? What did I do for myself? Did I do something new? Or what made me laugh or smile till my sides hurt? Start to take on a practice that gets you present to what happens in a shorter period of time. Another thing you could do is you could set your alarm to go off and just do nothing but breathe for 10 seconds or 30 seconds. But I love the gratitude idea because what it does is it starts to train our brain to look for those moments that work, to look for those moments that make us smile, that make us feel good, that are small, tiny moments. And again, it might be, I remember, 2 weeks ago, I wasn't feeling so great and it was starting to pour outside or had just poured and the sky was gray. And I walked outside and I saw this double rainbow. And it only lasted for a few seconds. But the more you start to practice being grateful, practice being mindful, those moments magnify. So give yourself time to practice. And meditation is great. And meditation could just be breathing. Breathe in for 4 seconds, hold it, and exhale for 4 seconds. Give yourself permission to just sit and quiet the mind.
And this will probably be our last question. So it's a 2-part question asking, when did you first get involved in mindfulness or gratitude, and did it click for you right away?
So, great question, and here's how I'll answer it. My mom, growing up, my mom is bipolar. And growing up, I remember a lot of people always said to me, oh, I'm so sorry this happens to you, or I'm so sorry that happened to you, or this or that. And I remember from the time I was a really young child saying, don't be sorry for me, because I had a lot of great experiences in my lifetime. I had a lot of great things happen that didn't happen to a lot of other people. So I always felt like I was lucky. And one of my coaches was probably 5 years ago. She said, the same question, when did you start practicing gratitude? And I was like, I don't know. And I told her the story I just told you. And she says, really, you were practicing gratitude that whole time. You just called it luck. So I think that it's always been something that's been part of who I am. I later on realized that it was me being grateful, and I didn't realize that that's what was happening. What was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
Did it click for you right away? Were you able to get into it right away?
I think that the answer would have been no, because I didn't realize that I was practicing gratitude until later on. And it, you know, the times that I notice the most when I'm feeling, well, I'll say it this way. So when I'm going through the biggest challenges, like I told you about that whole year of 2016 or 2013, when all those things were happening, those were huge, challenging moments. You know, my aunt was dying, my mom had another stroke, my cousin's husband was killed. It was in those moments when I realized that this was starting to work for me. And it was because I was doing the simple mindful activities of looking consciously for things that I was grateful for. That's when I realized that, boom, it was clicking. And now it's automatic for me. I'm in a bad space. I hear a voice in my head going, okay, you know, the universe has your back. You know, you're going to be okay. Get up and move. Go do something you know is going to make you feel better. So it's an automatic. It just starts to happen. Like the duality in the mind is kind of quieted.
Miss Maya, I want to thank you so much. This was an amazing presentation to start off our virtual summit, and we will definitely be in touch. I'm sure everyone enjoyed listening to this presentation as much as I did, so we will be in touch. And now we are going to go into our first masterclass, the physical mindfulness. So John will put that up now. Thank you again.
My pleasure.
Welcome everyone to our Physical Mindfulness Masterclass. We're so excited to have you guys here today. And on behalf of Alexa and I, we're really excited to start this masterclass. Before we start, I just want to thank Miss Vismaya Rubin for that amazing keynote speech about positive affirmations. I really enjoyed it, and I can't wait to implement that in my daily life. But we have an exciting lineup here for you today as part of the first masterclass. And Alexa, why don't you guys tell them a little bit about that lineup?
So Jonathan and I got together and brainstormed some athletes that we knew focused on mindfulness and would be interested in joining a summit like Mindful Me's. And we came up with 4 athletes that would be able to do this for us. And we have Derek Wingo from the University of Florida. We have Callie Canaval from Harvard University. We have Gia Miner from University of Central Florida. And we have Caleb Boating from Clemson University. And Jonathan and I have interviewed each and every one of these athletes, and we kind of got into their mind as to how they deal with mindfulness and what they do to either regroup or stay focused or whatever it is that, you know, we all want to learn more about.
Yeah, personally for me, I love any kind of sport you can think of, whether it's hockey, cricket, basketball, soccer. I'm just a fan of it all. And as maybe you could tell from my background, I'm a huge Steeler fan, so I'm definitely a fan of football. And one of the things when I think of sports is I think of the competition level, I think of big stadiums, and I think about championships. What a lot of people don't think about is athletes and mental health illnesses. But it's more common than you may think. Just to name a few former athletes such as Terry Bradshaw, 4-time Super Bowl champ, the most decorated Olympian Michael Phelps, and a bunch more people deal with mental health issues all the time, and they've talked publicly about it, and it's a big deal. And researchers actually find that anxiety and depression are amongst 34 to 26% of athletes actually deal with that. And that's almost 1/3. So 1 in 3 of all athletes are dealing with something that you may be dealing with. So this is what Alexa and I are definitely trying to do, and the whole Mindful Me board is trying to do, is what we've been trying to do is break the stigma of mental health illnesses, because it's more common than you may think. And just to kind of expand on that, there's a lot of work coming out of the University of Texas, which what I look towards a lot. And basically what it says is 1 in 3 people are dealing with a mental health illness. Now, a lot of it goes undiagnosed, of course, but say you're sitting in a classroom with 30 people. 10 out of those 30 people are going through something that is affecting their mind. And say you're going through something. You may think that you're through this all alone, but I can guarantee you that there's probably someone in the room that's dealing with the exact same thing that you are, and that's why we're kind of here to help. And this masterclass is focused more on than just sports. Although if you're an athlete, this is going to be very beneficial to you. This is also going over techniques of just heavy workloads, school workloads, and stuff like that. And that's something that I really like about this masterclass per se, because it's not typical, but it also has a really wide realm. Alexa, why don't you kind of just...
Yeah, so like Jonathan said, even if you're not an athlete, like I'm sure you can relate to these people. Like not only are they athletes, but they're student athletes, and of course, academics are going to come first. So you'll see how, you know, Jonathan and I talked to them before we did our interview, and they all had the same mentality. Like if I'm not doing well in school, I can't do well in sports. And I think that goes for any extracurricular activity anyone does. Is, you know, if you're falling behind in school, you can't necessarily keep up with your sport or your club or your organization, whatever it may be. You know, academics do come first. Even if you're not a student, there's always things that, you know, take your mind away from what you should be doing or what you cannot be focused on other than your main priority. So if your priorities aren't in line and you're stressed about a whole bunch of different things, it's hard to get everything done. I know that from personal experience. I know Jonathan feels that. So, you know, whatever you get from this, you will get something. There's always something to be learned from people around you that are dealing with the same thing.
Yeah, and a few things that we know some of the athletes do is they practice mindfulness techniques. So before we kind of get into the main part, which you guys are waiting for, which is the athlete interview, I just kind of want to hand it over to Jake Lynch, who's a Mindful Me board member, and he used to play baseball in high school. So he did these things called body scans, and I just want you guys to give it a try. So let's hand it over to Jake.
Hi, it's Jake Lynch with Mindful Me. Today I'm going to be teaching you how to better take care of your body. As an athlete, I'll be teaching you how to perform a body scan. When performing this body scan, you need to make sure that you're lying flat on your back with your palms facing up. When you do so, you take each breath and you focus it on a particular part of your body. I would have you start with your left foot, in particular, your toes. When you start with your toes, you breathe and you notice any sensation that you're noticing there or you're feeling. You move from your toes up your arch to your heel and so on. You can do the same with your right foot, and once you're done, you notice and you go up from your legs. You go to your ankle, up into your shins/calves, up into your knees, then your thighs, and then your waist. As you do so, you use your breath to release any tension that you notice anywhere else in your body. As you get up to your waist, you then move up to your stomach and your abdomen, also into your chest. Then once you get to there, you can also use your breath to release any tension from your fingers, to your wrist, to your forearm, to your elbow, to your triceps and biceps, then your shoulders, and then your chest again. Then finishing with your neck and up, using each breath to better become in tone with your own body and helping you to stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jake. That definitely helped me. I hope you guys had a chance to practice it at home. And if not, you could definitely watch more of this, which is on our website, mindfulme.org, and we'll kind of upload some things like that to do in the future. But as we go on, thank you guys for partnering us. I'm sure, as you guys know, this is all done via Skype, and it's something new, but we're definitely excited to try it. So just pardon any connection errors that may occur throughout the call.
So before we get into the actual interviews themselves, if you follow us on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook at Mindful Me Inc., you'll know that we posted some things asking what you guys want to hear from the athletes, what questions you guys have for them, and what you guys want to know. So Jonathan and I, of course, took those into consideration, and during our interview, we asked them some questions that you guys wanted to hear from. So now you'll get your answers.
Yeah, and if you have a question right now, be sure to put it in the chat box, and we'll definitely try to ask it. And now we're going to go into our first interview, which is by Callie Cannavale, who is a kicker for Harvard.
So here's our first athlete. Good morning, Callie. We have some questions for you. So let's just start off by introducing yourself.
I'm a graduating senior, incoming freshman at Harvard University, and I went to Fort Lauderdale High School.
And Callie, what exactly do you do for Harvard Athletics?
Yeah, I was recruited to play football for the Harvard football team, and I'm a kicker. So I'm going up there primarily just to kick field goals and kickoffs.
So Davis from Pittsburgh wants to know how you balance your mindfulness activities, your schoolwork, and your sports all together.
For sure. Well, being a kicker, more so than maybe any other position on the football field besides maybe quarterback, you have to be in a great state of mind at all times. Besides having a strong leg, you have to be ready when it comes to moments of pressure to make a field goal. And to go, I mean, I was always trying to be the best academically I could be before I even knew I could go anywhere for football. I was trying to go somewhere for my grades. So for me, I really had to make sure I was balancing my classwork, my football practice, and then also taking the time to go through and put myself in the right state of mind. So you have to go through and you have to set a schedule for yourself, you know, for the year or for the week, even for the day. I mean, you say, I'm going to go to school, focus in school, you know, absorb as much information as I can there. And then as soon as you're at practice, football practice for me, I was just in a complete state of mind. So I wasn't trying to think about what I had to do for schoolwork. I was just thinking on how I could improve that day at football practice or just get through the day-to-day grind. You know, sometimes it's just working out or running. You're not always even kicking, but just getting through that day of practice. And then you come home with that alone time that you have, and you have to get your homework done. Obviously, at a high school student taking AP class and stuff, you have quite a bit of homework. And then there's those moments where you put everything down, you finish everything before you go to bed. And then when you wake up the next morning, where you just take a few minutes and just, for me, I did a lot of breathing exercises and practicing getting in those good states of mind, being aware of mindfulness.
Let's just expand on that a bit. When you reflect on your high school experience as a whole, what would you say was the toughest time and how you got through it?
Yeah, for sure. So this would be an easy one for me because I'd say my toughest year was sophomore year. I was just starting to be a kicker. I had picked it up like in the spring of my freshman year, and my sophomore year was my first year playing for the team. And I was also at that same time trying to be a soccer player because that's what I was my whole life. I was trying to do club soccer, high school soccer, and high school football, and balancing the A/AP classwork that I had. And that was really challenging because I had really like no time to do anything, and I was so in between the two sports and some injuries here, and I had a lot of like moments of self-doubt, like, am I really doing the right thing here? Like, which one should I do? Should I do any of them at all? Like, should I just do schoolwork? Like, I was really having some tough days, some tough moments of thoughts. And I mean, eventually, like, through the help of my parents, keep like pushing me, and through a little just self-resilience, like seeing like what I could have possibly on the other side of things. Like, I made it through sophomore year, and I had to make the hard decision to ultimately leave soccer behind because you just can't do the two at the high level that I wanted to. So I left soccer behind, and I just focused completely on football and school. And those two were enough to keep me busy.
So a viewer, Zach from Tallahassee, has the question of, if you're put under unreasonable pressures by coaches or parents or friends, have you ever dealt with that? And if you did, how did you overcome it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, me, myself, this situation, I guess, would be soccer. I mean, when I was little, like a lot of us, I just played a lot of the rec sports, and I went through about every sport the city had to offer. And my dad always loved soccer, and he put me into soccer. And I think out of all the sports, I hated soccer the most, and I just didn't want to play it at all, being like 4 years old at the time. And I just didn't want to play didn't want to play the sport at all, didn't want to go to games. But eventually, I mean, I was young, so I really just learned to like get into it. And from one point on, I just did it so much that I became really passionate about the sport, and I picked it up. But you know, not everybody has that like case where their parents push them into the sport when they're young. Sometimes a parent will try to guide one of their kids into like a sport when they're in high school still. And you know, like you should do your best to like explore whatever sport you get like put into, or whatever sport you can like even give it a shot, like you think you might succeed in, because you never know like what like skills you have that haven't been unlocked. Like, I never knew I could be a kicker, and I became one. But if that sport that maybe you were passionate about, and all of a sudden like, there's too much pressure in there's too much like negative energy, like whereas you just don't even enjoy the day-to-day practice and you don't even enjoy the competitions if there's games or anything like that, then you really should probably start reevaluating, if you're not going to college for that sport, like if you're in high school, you're of the age where you can make those decisions on your own. You can leave sports behind. It's a tough choice, and your parents might not agree at first, but they'll understand eventually that was your choice. That was your choice to make, and you're better off now that you know that you don't have to play that sport at the competitive level that made it not as enjoyable as when you were playing it maybe just for fun. So you have to make that call whether you really want to stick with that sport for personal reasons or for collegiate reasons if you're trying to pursue that, or whether you're ready to let that sport go for them momentarily for competition. It's not something you need because it's just not entertaining you. It's not the main thing with sports is just always trying to feel happy. It's just another section of life where you just feel like you're not in school or you're not studying or doing work. It's supposed to be happy when you're playing.
Now, as a football fan, I definitely know a lot of games come down to the wire, and it's either up to the kicker, up to the defense to kind of make a stop or to get that last point. As a kicker, what would you say was the most pressure you ever had, a game on the line or soccer, and how exactly you got through that?
Yeah, I mean, as a kicker, you practice day in, day out just for the everyday, for the every game kicks that aren't pressure kicks, but every kick in its own is quite difficult. No kick is easy, but there are those ones that come at the end of quarters, at the end of halves, or God forbid at the end of a game where you're gonna have to come and make that kick. No matter the distance, it's a tough kick. Me just speaking from my perspective, that can be for a quarterback. The last drive, you have to lead your team down. A defense, it's the last chance you have to make a stop, or even in any other sport where it's up to one part of the team or one individual to make that make or break play for the team. And honestly, at that point, you kind of just, for me, I've had that situation where it wasn't a game-winning kick. In high school, I've never had to kick a game-winning kick, which we'll see how that goes. Hopefully in college I get that opportunity, but it was late in the fourth quarter and the score was tied up, and it was really a momentum-changing play where we had a 33-yard field goal or something of the sort, and I was expected to go out there and obviously make that field goal. And so as just thoughts going through your mind is if I don't make this, they get the ball back, they score, it's over. It's a short game winding down, but you can't even really think about what's going to happen if you don't. You really just got to think about it as this is my job, this is what I train for, or this is really what makes me feel great. In these moments, just go in there with a clear head and know that you worked hard hopefully to get to that moment, and you have the skills needed to do what's in front of you, whatever position or task that may be. And there's no really greater feeling than overcoming a pressure moment like that. You just keep a cool head. Hopefully it works out for you, because it's just a great feeling, honestly, I would say, getting past to those moments.
So obviously by attending a D1 school, an Ivy League school, there's a lot of stressors and a lot of requirements to be able to get into these schools. How did you deal with that?
Yeah, recruiting for kickers isn't, I guess, as high profile as, I'd say, any other position on football field, but it's definitely still something that I wasn't prepared for in any kind of way. I was just a soccer player always, and I, even from when I was little, knew that soccer players don't really get a lot of collegiate opportunities. But as a kicker, and being quite skilled as I was getting tons of calls from coaches and messages and getting asked to come up to campus. And what I had to do was show myself off in front of college coaches first, literally go to the campus, compete in front of other kickers, and on top of what I did in my high school film, show to them personally, to the eye, what I could do. And then at that point, you were in coach's favor, and then you kind of saw like these. I saw and toured numerous campuses: Yale, Princeton, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Ohio State, and they all have such nice things to offer. The coaches, they tell you this and that about how great their program is, but for me, ultimately, I chose Harvard. Like, I just had that special feeling when I was walking around this campus, like walking around Boston. The coaches, I mean, not saying the other ones weren't, but the Harvard coaches were just really genuine, and they really had that. I was there with my mom and really had the family connection with them. And you kind of, for me, I knew when it was right. It was I could say, a pretty easy decision. I'd wanted to go to Harvard. I mean, at least in a dream sense since I was a kid. I don't know if I realistically expected it as I was older, but that was just a dream, I guess, that a lot of kids would have. I couldn't give up that opportunity. So for recruiting, I think for anyone, it can be fun for sure. Like, it has its benefits. Like, you get to see all these nice college campuses. Sometimes you get to, on the official visits, you get to stay in the hotel and talk with the other players, But it's also stressful for you and your family because, you only get to pick one school and you see all these nice ones and you just hope you make the right decision. There's no really going back, but I'm pretty confident and I'm happy in the way my recruiting process went.
And what advice would you give to someone who's, say, in a similar situation as you?
Yeah. I mean, I'd say for me, the big thing was talking. While it is your decision at the end, you're the one going to college, if you have a good relationship with your parents, then sit down and talk with them. And if they weren't able to see the campuses, like, tell them what you saw and make sure that your coach or whoever is trying to bring you to the campus has a conversation with you and your parents. And also, once you've covered all those bases, make sure you're talking to the players at those schools, because a lot of coaches will tell you what you want to hear, but whether you're talking to the players directly or what you can read online, like, you want to know exactly what you're getting before you get up there on campus. Because once you get up there, you can't really change your mind. But you just gotta be as informed as you can, and try not to get blinded by all the shiny things that coaches throw at you. Because every school has its own little, nice thing about it, like glamorous. But you got to really know what you're looking for and what's best for you. Because there's things that might just seem nice at first, but like, how often are you going to be able to use that, or does that really apply to you? Does that help you in your sport while you're at the college, or even afterwards? You got to think about the degree too.
So in today's day and age, it's very common to be obsessed with social media. Your life is basically put out onto the online, into the internet. So how do you cope with all of that pressure?
Yeah, social media is, for a student athlete, it can be your best weapon in the recruiting game, I think, but it's also something you got to be really careful with, because, I mean, I think it's a common knowledge at this point, and you've seen it happen multiple times, how many people of influence, student athletes included, or even professional athletes, have fallen from fame or lost all opportunity because of the wrong thing that they posted or wrong thing that they even liked on social media. So for me, I mean, I kept my main tool was Twitter, and I kept my Twitter page really simple as to like who I followed and like what I was viewing. I was following mostly coaches and other players, and anyone could see even on Twitter like what you like. So if you accidentally like something that's inappropriate or not, then you're in a tough situation there. But while you should be really careful about what you post, don't be afraid to post, genuine like progress of what you made, like videos of you working out, videos of you on the field. Don't want to spam your page because you want the coaches to see like the good things, but use social media to your advantage, and make a good profile with videos, and mostly videos and possibly some pictures, and then also try to send your profile out to some coaches, follow some coaches, send them your film, send them whatever you have, and build yourself a name, a positive name.
And Callie, kind of focusing on that same media attention, I know whenever there's press day at the university or just in the recruitment process, how did you deal with all the attention of physical media on you, like the news outlets and things like that?
With like I mean, with the little moments of fame that you could get as a high school athlete on a state championship or state runner-up team, or as a recruit, like depending on who you are as a person, like you can enjoy those moments. I think anybody's open has the right to like enjoy those moments of fame because you don't know like how long they last, but you gotta just kind of, I think, treat it as if you were already, if you were used to it, if you were a professional in the field. So professionals, they don't make a big deal out of like a little bit of media attention. They focus on their job, which is playing their sport or winning that game, winning the championship. So if you're receiving a lot of media attention as a high school athlete, then you got to do your best to use it in your favor, to get to wherever you're trying to get, to whatever school you're trying to get or other opportunity, but also keep a clear like head on your shoulders about that you're still in high school. Like you still have a lot to prove. Like for me, like I think I always kept it really humble. I just was really real about like the situation that, like I'm in a really like blessed position and I'm glad to be receiving this attention, but it can be taken away really soon. And there's still a lot more out there to achieve and to prove. So, I guess embrace the media attention or take it in and use it, but don't let it get to your head. I mean, that's pretty simple advice for anyone that should be in that position. And I think that a lot of athletes in my generation are doing a better job of keeping their mind focused on actually playing and not just the popularity.
So, Callie, given that you've played sports all of your high school career, what advice would you give to an incoming freshman that wants to succeed in sports?
For sure. So, I mean, I guess you gotta say, if you're a freshman coming in, and whatever sport you're trying to play, you just gotta keep your goals set. When you come in, and keep them as realistic as you can. If you come in and you really want to be a starter on the soccer team, you got to be realistic with the fact that you're a freshman, and unless you're a very good talent or your soccer team at your school maybe isn't the best, you might not start right away. But you take small victories. You try working on being the best at this one practice, maybe getting the coach's attention here. As a football player, a lot of freshmen come in with really high hopes and they got shot down and then they just want to quit. You just got to keep your goals realistic, but, keep working the whole way through, because high school, when you come in as a freshman, you have such a disadvantage with juniors and seniors who are just much more physically developed than you, but you might have the advantage, and you could definitely have the advantage of working harder than them because they might already be comfortable in their position. So when you come in as a freshman, you work harder than those players, and you might not get your shot right away, but you'll gain the coach's attention, no doubt, because I know on my team the coaches always notice the players that are working the hardest at practice, and they're not even be that good. They might not even be that good or talented on the field, but you can tell who's running the hardest in the sprint. So you can tell who's working the hardest in the weight room or asking the most questions. Like while other players might find it annoying, or you may be a coach's pet. Those are the things that are ultimately going to make you the first one to start out of everybody in your class. And if you're really working that hard, I mean, soccer and football are the kind of sports where a complete transformation is possible. So somebody who's a nobody could turn into a superstar. I mean, it's not guaranteed to happen, but if you really want it, if you keep that thought in your head of I'm not giving up, this is what I want to do, but also at the same time, like you can't let your studies go completely, because I mean, more and more schools these days, all colleges are looking for athletes who can keep up that GPA. So you keep those two bonds and you work hard, there'll be a place for you somewhere. And I mean, there's just more and more opportunities for kids like that these days, I think. And it might be hard, but if that's really what you want, you'll find a way to get it.
Callie, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciated that, and I'm sure our audience really appreciated it too. We look forward to your next 4 years at Harvard, and we can't wait to see all the great things that you do coming out of Boston. And now we are on to our second interview, who is Caleb Boating from Clemson.
Good morning, Caleb. Welcome, and we have a few questions for you. So why don't you start by introducing yourself?
Hello, my name is Caleb Boating. I am currently a Clemson football player, and I came from Fort Lauderdale High School in South Florida. And I also take school very seriously, and I plan to be a marketing major.
Now, Caleb, how exactly do you balance school, sports, and mindfulness activities all together?
I would definitely say the best way to manage everything is definitely try and be on a good schedule, I would say. So kind of make a calendar for yourself just so you can kind of stay focused and know your activities for the day. And I would definitely think to kind of set aside time for the things you do like to do. So for instance, I really like listening to music. So I'll set it like 30 minutes a day just to like listen to music and relax sometimes.
So with all this pressure and all of these things going on in your life, how do you remain positive with negativity all around you?
So one major key, I think, when it comes to staying positive in stressful environments is really just having the right people around you. So for instance, when I was going through my recruiting process, I had gotten offered to Clemson very late. And knowing that I had my head coach and my parents basically surrounding me and keeping me focused on what I really was looking for in a school helped me decide what college was going to be best for me and going to be best for my future self.
Now, Caleb, I think you go to one of the best schools for football in the United States. So talk to me a little bit about the recruitment process and the college decision and how it really took a toll on you in high school and really how you just got through it.
I would say that for the most part, it's a good feeling, but it does get stressful at times just because you don't know what school you're going to, and it's not the same process as, for say, just applying to schools and then you get to pick. It's kind of like the schools pick you, so you kind of just have to humble yourself and really think about what opportunities you want in the future.
So your junior and senior year when you were getting recruited and, it was all of this attention around you and all of this pressure to pick the right school, how did you stay positive through all of that?
To stay positive, like usually I would just take time away from school and like in football basically. I would just do what made me happy, go to the beach, just relax.
All right, now, Caleb, we had a question from an individual named Zach in Tallahassee, and he grew to actually hate his sport because of all the unreasonable pressure from his coaches and friends. I was wondering if you had an experience kind of similar like that, where you ever kind of like hated the sport because of all the pressure, and how you kind of got through that pressure to ultimately succeed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, more so in college than when I was younger, but I would say that for the most part, most coaches that are very hard on you love you the most. And I feel like that's something that you really have to take into account for because they're really trying to make you your best self. And most coaches aren't going to try and make you do stuff that they don't think you can't do. So I think it's also really important to understand where the coaches are coming from because even in high school, there were times I disliked my coach, but I knew he wanted the best for me. So at the end of the day, you want to be able to walk away from your relationship with any of your coaches and be proud of like what you both accomplished together and realize like how they helped you.
So as Jonathan said, going to one of the major schools in the country for football, I'm sure there's a lot of social media attention around all of the players. So how do you deal with that and how do you kind of like ignore that and focus on what you need to focus on?
I would always come into it with the mentality of like, just give like your full effort and whatever result comes out of it, you tried your best at least. And I would say like when you gave full effort, when you don't perform as well as you thought you would have, like at least you gave it your all. So it gives you like a better feeling at the end of the day. So I would definitely say that helps a lot. And then when it comes to, from like the social media aspect, personally, Clemson, we're not allowed to be using social media during fall because that's when our season is. But I would always just say, like, stay very conscious of what you're, like, posting and retweeting, liking, for instance, on, like, Twitter, because in the future, people do look at that stuff, but it is still a very good way to express yourself to whoever is following you.
Now, Caleb, earlier you said something that kind of interested me. You said that Clemson doesn't allow you guys to use social media during the fall. Would you say that affected your mental health at all? And if so, was it in a positive way?
I would definitely say that using social media, I'm not on social media a ton, but I would definitely say using social media is a pretty, it kind of drives your focus away from, like, the main things that you should be focusing on, I would feel like, for many things, if it's sports or school, just like if you're doing homework and you end up on it. But I would definitely say I stay more focused, more so during the season, because I'm not really worried about anything on social media. And Clemson's football program kind of handles that for you. So, like, they post everything through, like, Clemson football instead of, like, making the athletes worry about, like, what's going on during social media. Just more so because when you're playing a sport or you're just doing anything, like, in the spur of the moment, you might want to say something, you might want to tweet something out, and it's actually not going to be, like, for your best of interest. You're just making a spontaneous decision.
Going to one of these major schools for football, let's say there's this really, really high pressure game. What do you do before the game, during the game? How do you get ready, and how do you stay focused?
I think that the best way to actually handle, like, high pressure situations is preparation beforehand, because if you are, like, at least what Coach Sweeney says is basically, if you know that you're prepared, everything's going to be so much more calm compared to if you really don't know what's going on or you haven't done, like, this drill or, like, watched enough film on this team. So I would definitely say being more prepared is so much more helpful when it comes to, like, playing in really high tense situations. And that just comes from having, like, trying to break bad habits and create, like, good habits, just giving effort whenever you're doing whatever sport you're playing. And I would say that for the most part, it usually carries over onto the field.
Now, Caleb, does Clemson offer any kind of, like, deep breathing activities, or do you guys do anything mindful throughout the season?
Yeah, so we have a sports psychologist, and he basically comes in every Thursday, and he kind of goes through, I guess it would be considered more like a meditation type of, like, deal, but we do it. We do it, like, every Thursday. I forgot what program he uses, but, like, we'll sit there and do, like, probably, like, 20, 30 minutes of it. Just, like, relax everyone, like, get everyone's mind in sync, like, get your body feeling, like, just a lot more, like, relaxed and loose. And it, like, I definitely will say, like, it helps drastically, because, like, if it didn't, we wouldn't have one. And we do it, like, every Thursday, which is 2 days before a game. So I think it's very vital to being, like, successful overall.
So given that you're experienced in the recruitment realm, what advice would you give to someone that is going through the same process right now and is kind of having a hard time staying positive?
I would probably say, when it comes to, like, just recruiting advice overall, I forgot like the exact quote my high school coach, Coach Dunbar, used, but basically it was kind of like, don't fall for, like, the bells and whistles of what a school shows you, and kind of, like, try and get more of a feeling of, like, the culture and, like, how the players actually feel there. Because there's like, almost every school is going to have, like, nice facilities and, like, a nice stadium, and they're gonna show you, like, nice student living. But, like, the people who are in a program are the people who make the program what it is, and that just comes with, like, almost everything. So, like, what you're gonna have to do it, like, academically, and, like, also, like, the people who are gonna have to help you once you originally get to college. So I would definitely say, like, yeah, like, the bells and whistles look really pretty when you go to a campus, but I would definitely say, like, the most important things is to try and find out, like, how it is behind the scenes.
Now, I have kind of a weird question, but I was wondering, were you ever in, like, the middle of a game and you had an overwhelming amount of pressure where it was kind of, like, on you guys on the O-line to protect your quarterback, or just a crucial moment? And I was just wondering how you kind of dealt with that and how you dealt with all the pressure overall.
I have probably two examples. The first one is probably, like, going into my first game here ever, and just basically because it's so much louder than a high school football game. And that's really like, it's just way different in the fact that like the way you approach it. So like the fact that like it was my first game, I was just like naturally nervous, but like I just like thought inside my head like to like try and calm myself down because like I knew I had like prepared for the situation at hand. And then secondly, my like senior year of high school, I just kept battling with like the same injuries, which was like with my wrist. And it was just like a lot of pressure for me just because like, you know, the team's relying on you. You don't want to let your teammates down, especially when they're like, when you like work out with your teammates for so long, you create like a strong bond, I would say. So you really just don't want to let them down, and knowing like if I like injure it more that I won't be able to play. So it's kind of like, it's just a stressful situation, like knowing you got to like take care of your body and like your health overall.
So you mentioned that you were injured, so I'm assuming that would take a big toll on someone whose whole life revolves around a sport that you obviously need all your limbs for. So how did you deal with that?
I definitely looked towards my dad more so when it came to like the stresses of that, and kind of like leaving it in their hands, like professionals' hands. Like I think I broke one wrist and then I fractured my other wrist. So I was like, I didn't really know like what to do at the time, but I think you really just have to like realize you got to stay patient with certain things, just because you can't like speed up everything in life. Like injuries are going to take, like everyone's going to have injuries, and it's going to take time to actually like heal fully. So I would say like not to rush it, because that was my biggest problem. But I would definitely say like my coach, I tried to come back early my sophomore year, and he didn't let me play for like 2 games when I thought I was ready. And that was more, I think, like having good people around you, knowing like what's best for you.
Thank you so much, Caleb. We look forward to seeing all the great work you do at Clemson this upcoming season and all the seasons that are to come. And now we are moving on to our UCF D1 soccer player in Gia Minor.
Good morning, Gia, and welcome to our virtual summit. Before we start, why don't you introduce yourself?
So my name is Gia Minor. I'm a soccer player from Orlando. Basically, I started playing when I was 8 years old, started playing club at 11, and now I play for Florida Premier League, and I play at University of Central Florida as well.
All right, Gia, let's just start right off the bat. We had a question from Davis. We already answered it with a few of the other athletes, but I want to get your input on it as a soccer player on exactly how you balance sport, schools, and mindfulness activities all together.
Pretty much it's all just time management. You know, I go to school from 7 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then usually I'll go home and eat and then go to practice. So it's just time management, figure out what works best for you.
So getting to the point of playing D1 soccer, I'm assuming you've played soccer all your life. So has it gotten easier to manage your time over the years?
I think as I've gotten more responsible and also being able to like drive myself, it's got to Florida as well.
All right, Gia, we actually just got a question from someone in West Palm. Her name's Allison, and she was wondering how you remain positive in negative and social environments with all of the stress surrounding you.
Well, for me, I think one thing that's like really important for like maintaining that positive social environment is like having a great relationship with everyone around you. So like growing up, like my teammates have always been like my best friends. So I think no matter what, like we always have a great relationship, and it makes it a lot easier.
So let's say after a big game or like a big loss, there's tension on the team, and you guys are going back and forth bickering. How do you guys overcome that, or what do you do to get through that?
Well, usually, obviously, you always get in like bigger little arguments, but we always end up like working it out or like talking or whatever. So.
Now, Gia, we have another question from an individual named Zach in Tallahassee. You probably already heard it, but he went through school hating the sport he played because of the unreasonable expectations from his teachers, coaches, and parents. And he was wondering if you ever had an experience similar to that, and how you exactly got through it, per se.
Well, I think I should speak for like most athletes when they say that they have a coach that they've never liked before, or like a coach that doesn't like them. So from my like personal experience, one of my old coaches was kind of like that, and basically he like would always basically have like high standards for me, and would always tell me that like I wasn't playing enough or playing good enough, and that I wasn't be good as like certain people. And so I think that can be overwhelming at times. So I guess like my best advice is to just keep like a positive attitude and remember like why you started playing in the first place. And at the end of the day, like the only opinion that matters is yours. So figure out like what you need to work on and what you can do to improve and just be the best version of yourself.
So given that a lot of stress comes from, balancing school and sports, have you ever had to like self-reflect and take a second and look at soccer and look at school and look at the stressors that, you're going through, and ever had to like think about what you were going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I've had to come down to a decision of like if it's really worth it, because coaches that don't like you put up high standards and everything. Sometimes it can be really stressful and cause more problems than it can help you. So at the end of the day, you have to do what's best for you. Basically, like you said, weighing positive and negatives, like, is it worth it? Like, I love the people who are around, but at the same time, like, the coach doesn't treat me the way I like to. And just comparing everything that, like, they do wrong and that you don't like to, like, everything you do like, and deciding, like, if it's worth it, basically.
Yeah, tell me how exactly you cope with the high-pressure games that you've already played in.
I think for me, one big thing that was like really helpful, I would always love to listen to music before games, and I always listen to like upbeat, really like songs that put you in like a really good mood and ready to play. So it's like always before game, pre-game, warming up, I love to listen to music, and that's always helped me like calm my nerves and everything.
So for these high pressure games, do you ever do any deep breathing, or does your team ever do any, like yoga or meditation or something to, ease your mind before the game?
I used to play cross country as well last year, and so usually a couple times a week or after like big practices, one thing we would do is always yoga, because it also like helps with your muscles as well as like your mind and everything. So
after seeing the benefits with your team, did you ever decide to go out on your own and try it just to focus on yourself?
Ever since I did it for cross country, I have started doing it for soccer just because I noticed like such a big improvement in like how I felt and like body-wise, like it's really good.
Okay. And now, Gia, to wrap everything up, do you do any sort of mindful breathing or mindful moments or anything like that at home by yourself?
So I have done like meditation before, which I think is pretty much similar to what you're saying. Is you just like lay down, you close your eyes, and it like makes you concentrate on like certain parts of your body. And I feel like it is really helpful because it helps you become aware of like yourself and like problems with you and like things you need to like help relax yourself. So I have had experience with it, and I think it's really helpful.
Thank you, Gia, for being with us for our virtual summit. Next up, we have Derek Wingo from the University of Florida.
Thank you, Derek, for joining us on this part of the Physical Mindfulness Masterclass, part of the Mindful Me Summit. We're happy to have you here. So why don't you go ahead and start and introduce yourself a bit.
My name is Derek Wingo. I'm a linebacker at the University of Florida.
What high school did you go to?
High school at St. Thomas Aquinas.
Now, Derek, why don't we talk a little bit about some of the major stresses you went through in high school?
I'd say probably the main stress going throughout high school would be time management. Time management is huge. Being able to balance academics and athletics at the same time, making sure you're on time to workouts, whether or not it's classes, and just making sure everything you have a plan to go throughout your day.
How did you deal with those stressors?
I think for me it was probably to take notes, write down like planners, like what I had to do at each time, setting alarms, making sure I got enough sleep to not fall asleep during classes or be tired during workouts.
And did you do anything physically to kind of deal with those stressors as well, other than the planner and stuff?
Well, I'd say it can be physically and mentally. I have to say one of the things that we did for football is we did yoga on Saturdays. So after like a long game or something like that, we'd all kind of go in there, we'd chill, we'd listen to certain kind of musics and do all these stretches and stuff like that just to kind of ease the stress out. Because, after a long week, it can be really stressful.
So did the yoga help you and your team?
100%. Everyone would kind of feel more calm, less like banged up from the game or whatever it was. So.
Now, I know you have quite a big following on social media, on Twitter and Instagram and things of that nature. How exactly do you deal with all the pressure that's kind of added with that following?
So it's a different time nowadays. Social media can affect you huge. And the biggest thing in recruitment going into college is they look through all your social media, every single post you've had since you even downloaded Twitter, Instagram, and stuff like that. So you just have to make sure that stuff is kind of clean and watch what you post, watch what you retweet, because anything that you do or say or retweet can affect your scholarship, your future, stuff that I could have posted or retweeted from 4 years ago, they'll pull up when you go to the NFL draft and stuff like that. So you got to be really careful with that.
And how did you deal with the recruitment process in high school with all of these different college scouts going to your games and your practices? How did you deal with it?
You got to just stay as calm as you can. Obviously, you have to be careful and just keep everything positive. If you keep everything positive, you probably won't have to worry about those negative things. And if they end up coming your way, or someone tags you in something negative or stuff like that, the biggest thing is to be able to have just be able to calm yourself down, not get back into it, not to fire back at them, and you'll be all right.
Now, I know you've probably heard this question quite a bit, so I still want to ask you, though, with all the amounts of pressure you had growing up, there's an individual in Tallahassee named Zach, and he grew up hating his sport because of the unreasonable pressure set by his parents and coaches, and he was wondering if you ever went through that and how you kind of made the best out of the situation, or how it kind of deterred you from another situation.
I never had a similar experience because my mom was actually a basketball player, and she did kind of want me to play basketball and stuff like that. But when she realized that that wasn't really what I really loved and stuff like that, she kind of eased down and saw that football is my sport. But for Zach, I'd say if you had already like a sit down conversation to say, here, mom or dad, like, this isn't what I'm passionate about, this isn't what I want to do, and they still don't understand, I would say just start working even harder at what you want to do, because then eventually they're going to be able to see you prospering and you being so good at whatever you want to do in life. And as a good parent, as a good guardian, they should be able to see that, hey, that's what you really want to do, that's what you want to work for, and be able to let you chase your own dreams and not someone else's.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Derek, how do you deal with the media pressures at your games, at your practices?
I'd say I was kind of a lucky guy because I was able to get a lot of guidance through that. And I had a lot of mentors and stuff like that, people who kind of went through that same process. But I'd say the biggest thing was learning how to communicate with people, learning how to talk, learning how to tell your story and be respectful, be able to use like good eye contact, not wave your hands a little too much, not be a little like you're uncomfortable, learn how to just have a lot of social skills. And I'd say, and the biggest thing in an interview, some people will ask you negative questions. And like, if someone comes up to you and asks you a negative question, you might not know how to answer it. And I've been through that. And the biggest thing to me that I've learned from guys like Jason Taylor, that were my coach, Roger Harriet, all those guys, you can do certain things to avoid the question. If someone asks you, like, I just had a great game, I had 5 sacks, stuff like that. Someone comes up to me, how do you feel that you dominated and you were the reason that your team won on the defense side of the ball? I can respond back and say, well, you know, everyone else helped out in the whole entire team. I had a great D-line next to me. My secondary and behind me made great plays. And that just avoided me being selfish and taking all the credit for everything. And that's how you just kind of help to avoid certain negative questions like that.
Now, Derek, you talked about like these negative questions creating tension. How did you get through a situation like that? Or have you ever encountered something like that?
I'm actually taking classes on like sports marketing, and doesn't have a lot to do with it, but it's a lot. We're studying about like social skills and communication and stuff like that. And I've learned a little bit about people who do interviews and all those guys like that. They're taught to do that. They're taught to put you in uncomfortable, like make you uncomfortable in order to see what you're going to respond, see what you're going to say. If you think about it nowadays, if someone can go ask Tom Brady a question on like ESPN and make him feel uncomfortable and make him say something negative, that reporter is going to get probably a bonus, or he's probably going to get something like that because he's going to have all that stuff on his website or whatever it is. Like Adam Scheffler for ESPN, he reports everything day to day. He has the latest, everything that comes out, and that's what makes him good. If he reports something negative or positive, he's still getting paid for it, and that's what his job is.
So if there's something specific that St. Thomas is known for, it would be their football team. So knowing that and everyone knowing that, you know, how did you deal with having to live up to that expectation?
So most people might not know that. My freshman and beginning of my sophomore year were not as what they were expected to be. Everyone was expecting me to come in and like do crazy things my freshman year. I didn't play at all my freshman year. My sophomore year, I was coming in as a quarterback, and I was a little bit hurt, but then I had someone in front of me, and it was all this backlash from people saying, oh, he's not going to be this, he's not going to be that. And then I ended up starting the rest of my sophomore year at quarterback, and I wanted to transfer over to the defensive side of the ball my junior year. And everyone was like, well, you can't do that. He's quarterback. Like, and then I ended up getting hurt at the beginning of my junior year. So I missed the first, I think it was 3 or 4 games. And there was like, there's no way he's just going to come in and do that. But for me to be able to separate yourself and to work on everything off the field, not just at practices, I would go and study plays. I would go and watch other people's tape. Like Jason Taylor's my coach, and I'd sit there and I'd analyze what he was doing, what made him so great. And he kind of has a similar story. I mean, he didn't go to the University of Florida. He didn't go to high school like St. Thomas Aquinas. He was at a small school, Akron, in college, and he wasn't the biggest player then. He was 190 pounds and like 6 foot in high school or something like that. And look at the guy now. So it was just him working hard, studying, being smarter than everyone else on the field. And then after a while of him just doing that, I was able to separate him. And what I was able to do the same thing from everyone else. And you just have to continue to have that mentality, and eventually it'll get you where you want to go.
Now, kind of keeping on that same stress note, I know you got accepted to a bunch of schools throughout your college experience. And what was kind of some of the really big stress of making the college decision and just the whole recruitment process and all?
So a lot of people ask that question, and they get kind of upset and mad at people when they decommit. Like, obviously, if you decommit like 5 times, that's a little. But I was originally committed to Penn State, and then I decommitted and committed to Florida. And most people don't realize the stress that comes behind kids who commit now at 15, 16, all the way until 18 when you're a senior in high school. It is a decision that will change everything, whether or not you're going to be close to your family, far from your family. You're going to be in the hot, you're going to be in the cold, you're going to be your academics or low academics, high athletics or low athletics. So it's a huge deal and a huge decision. And you can't always base it off of, oh, I'm just going to go there because I know I'm going to go to the NFL. Like, you can't always do that. You get hurt. Some goes wrong. You might not always have that. So I think the biggest thing for me with making the decision at the University of Florida was being able to stay home, close to home, it's right down the street, see my parents. My parents can come to every single home game, even away games, because a lot of them are in Florida. 2, I do not like the cold. I'm a big cold. I don't like the cold. Other thing is, too, academics. University of Florida is top in the nation for academics. I can almost do anything I want with a degree from here. And the coaching staff, you have to know who you have around you, what people are going to guide you, your mentors and stuff like that. And if those people can lead you in the right direction and they believe in you to be able to be that person that you strive for and that you dream to be, I think that's what should guide your decision for college.
So, Derek, what advice would you give to someone that was entering their freshman year of high school and really wanted to pursue a career in sports, whether it be football or soccer, whatever it is? What would your general advice be? Say
a couple things. Time management. It's going to go by fast. Everything's going to – I was a freshman, senior year hit just like that. At times it's going to get stressful when it comes to taking the SAT, ACT. Even if you're not even in athletics, it's going to get stressful and stuff like that. But if you're on athletics, managing athletics and academics together, making sure you're just staying on top of things. And then I would say certain things that I did in high school that I think can benefit other people was when things started to get stressful and started to get overwhelming, just take a second, just look back, take a deep breath. You can even do something that you like to do to calm you down for a little bit. And then what I did personally was I'd make a list of everything that had to get done. Because for me, when I was able to cross something off that list, it helped me feel accomplished. Like, hey, I got this done. Let's move to the next thing. So for me, I think that was huge, taking it slow, enjoying the little things, huge. Because that was a big thing for me, my senior year state championship. Fourth quarter hits, it's a close game. We're going back and forth. And me and my teammate that we've been playing together for a really long time, we both, looked at each other and we just took a second to just take it in. It was like, this is our last high school game. We got to, do what we have to get done. We're in a stressful moment. Everyone was worried because they were up and then we were up. But we really just took a second really there to gather ourselves, understand what we had to get done. We wrote that we had to go out and win this game. And at the end of the game, we were able to cross that off. And it felt accomplished. So.
Now, I'm a big fan of football, all in all, and I watched the All-American game, and I saw you play, and I just wanted to know, what are some of the stresses about literally having the biggest lights on you in high school football, and how did that kind of prepare you going into your college experience?
Yeah, so for me, that's always kind of been a dream for me. So it was kind of cool to get up there. I knew a lot of the guys that were going up to the game. So once I got up there, it was kind of a fun deal. And then I started to see the kind of the guys that I'm playing with too. So it was another step for me. I know I had to pick it up a little bit, play with some of those guys up there. And then I say one of the big things for athletes, one of the things that you can realize when you know you're a true athlete and you're true dedicated to what you want to do is when you're on the field, when you're on the court, whatever you are, all the background noise, you don't even realize it. Like, that's been a huge thing for me when I'm able to look back at certain games and just think to myself, we had packed stands tonight. I didn't even, like, I was so focused on what was going around me, communicating with my guys, understanding what everyone had to do. Like, yeah, there was times here and there I'd look up in the stands to see my mom or my dad, or I'd wave to somebody. But when you're playing and you're going full speed, you look straight forward. You know what you have to get done, and that stuff kind of doesn't faze you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Derek, and all of our other athletes that participated in our virtual summit. I hope you guys enjoyed this portion of our physical mindfulness masterclass.
And stay tuned for the next masterclass with Daniel Katz, Sierra S., and Thomas Shull, which is a meditation and grounding masterclass. I know you'll definitely enjoy it. I'm looking forward to practicing it right now. And then you're going to see Alexa and myself again at the Q&A session in just an hour. I can't wait to see you guys again, and thank you for joining.
All right. Hi, guys. We are very excited to start this class today with everybody. First of all, I just want to thank everyone so far for your participation and for all the guests that we've had, between all the college athletes and Vismaya, who was just so inspiring today. So we are going to do a master class on meditation. And Thomas and myself and Sierra really look forward to guiding you guys over the next hour with some great tips. But before we start, we thought we would just kind of re-emphasize our website. So at mindfulme.org, and that is mindful with 2 L's, we have meditations for you, we have podcasts for you, we have inspiring messages. Every Sunday we have a new message that comes out. And we have a new meditation. Thursday, we have a new podcast. Thomas and I are MindWatch. And then we have Align Your Mind, and we have Need to Heed, and we have more podcasts that are coming soon. So just wanted everybody to know that there's so many tools out there, and we are really grateful for everybody coming on board and for all the help. And especially today, we're so grateful for all of our people that are not just here, but on our YouTube channel, Instagram, and Facebook. We're on all those platforms today. We're really grateful knowing that a hurricane, excuse me, is coming our way. So everybody that has taken time out, we're really grateful. Sierra, are you online with us right now?
I am. Can you see me?
Now we can. That is awesome. So Sierra is one of our board members. She's also a licensed clinical therapist, and we're so excited for you to be with us today. And we're going to kind of turn over to you. We are excited. Thomas and I are excited for the practice you're going to teach us today, which is a meditation form, I understand, right? Grounding.
Yes.
And something I'm not as familiar with, or Thomas is not as familiar with. So we really look forward to hearing all about it. So take us into grounding.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I do want to, before we begin, I just wanted to say something about gratitude, because Vismaya really, she validated a lot of things that I think about, that I talk about, that I preach to my clients all day long, every day. And to take that second to just say to be thankful for something. And I feel such gratitude to be here today with my board members. We've been working very hard on this. We started this, and one of our goals and hopes is to provide tools for our community members who are dealing with a lot, especially with the pandemic and now a hurricane coming our way. So what exactly is mindfulness? What is meditation? And how do I do it? So one of the things that I like to get started is something easy, because exactly what Vismaya was saying before about giving yourself a break, being kind to yourself, and starting out slowly with your practice. So what if your mind is just all over the place? How am I going to be able to quiet my mind and sit down and do some mindfulness techniques, or to do some meditation, or to do yoga class when I'm thinking about 500 things at the same time? So one of the techniques that I like to use is called grounding. And grounding is a form of meditation and mindfulness. They all kind of go hand in hand. So the first thing that I like to start out with is the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. And really, it is something so easy that you can just do wherever you are. The purpose of grounding is to bring you back down to the here and now, right? So if I'm thinking about all these assignments that I have to get done, or this note that I didn't finish for one of my clients, how am I going to be able to be in the present and to be focused on what exactly is literally in front of me? So the first thing is 5, right? So 5 things that I can see. So I could point out right now, I see a box of tissues. I see my nail file. I see my cell phone. I see the phone that's not hooked up. So we really just want to make sure that we're focusing on all these items. And what is that doing? It's really just bringing yourself back down to the center. The next is 4. What are 4 things that I can feel? Right now I'm a little bit cold because the air conditioning's down. I'm wearing pants, so I can feel that. I feel the back of my chair. I feel my feet on the ground, right? So we want to focus on what items I can feel. The next thing is 3 items that you can hear. I can hear the air conditioning. I can hear my dad and my mom in the other room listening to this. And I can also hear my dog in the background. So really, whatever it is that you're hearing. Do you hear the weather outside? Do you hear a car? Do you hear the trees? Do you hear rain? The next thing is 2 things that I can smell. Right now I can smell my lip gloss because it's scented. And I can also smell the rain that came in from outside. And then 1 thing that you can taste. So actually, I don't have any gum in my mouth. So what do I taste? I taste the coffee that I just had. So something that I like to do is, especially if taste is one of your senses that is important to you, maybe carrying a piece of mint or gum around, so that way then I can focus on that sensation. What this technique is doing is it bringing us back down to notice our senses. And how Jake was saying before about a body scan, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're honing back into our 5 senses. So what if you don't remember this technique, right? Even though I tried to make it as basic as possible, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, what if I don't remember that? Easy. I want you to be focusing on your sensations and what you're feeling. So I want us to take an opportunity right now. All of our members, are you wearing shoes right now? Are you barefoot? I'm barefoot right now, and I can feel the ground. So if you're noticing that I'm not being able to focus my mind or focus anything else, focus on what you can notice. Do you notice any smells that are around you? I want you to close, everybody take a minute right now. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to notice the sensation that you're feeling in your feet. I want you to notice the sensations that you're feeling in your hand. Maybe you're not noticing those sensations. So making a fist, right? And so what do I feel right now? I feel the tension, and I feel my nails digging into my palm. So that's bringing me back down to the present, right? And so all of these little things that you can do, right? So now I want you to wiggle your toes. What does that feel like? Are your feet in your shoes? So do you feel your socks? Maybe your feet are under hardwood floors or tile. So is it cold? Do you feel the carpet underneath you? So you can open your eyes again. And this technique is that you can do anywhere at any time to make sure that you're bringing back down to the focus, right? And so if I'm out in public and I'm feeling a little bit of anxiety, especially with everything that's happening with the pandemic, I can take a minute and just focus on my senses and to focus on these things. As Jake was saying before about this body scan, that's exactly what I like to do, okay? So am I feeling any anxiety up here? Am I feeling it in my stomach? Am I feeling it in my legs? So I take a body scan of where I'm feeling this anxiety the most. So I also want to talk a little bit about the science behind this, right? So as a licensed clinician, I practice mindfulness myself. I practice these grounding techniques for myself, right? We are all human, and no one is perfect. As Vismaya was saying before about how do I be perfect with my mindfulness, and am I positive every single day? No, we're human. These things and emotions will come up for us, right? And so the science behind this is exactly what we have all been talking about, is that it's this gradual thing of practicing. And so some of the science behind this is that it actually reduces anxiety and depression. It also reduces any type of sleep issues that we're having, and also concentration, right? So if I'm thinking about 500 things at the same time, how can I concentrate on the one task that's in front of me, right? By using my mindfulness tips. The other thing that I really like to talk about when it has to do with the science is that it is a practice. It's not a perfect. And so just because I do mindfulness or I do a grounding technique for the first time or maybe for a couple weeks, I'm not perfect at it. I'm going to need some time to practice this, to really understand what my body is talking about. And I think one of the things that was important to me about this summit is that we're talking about physical and mental, right? Because they go hand in hand. If I'm having some anxiety, that's going to come out in physical ways, in somatic symptoms, meaning I might have a stomach ache. I might notice that my heart is racing. And so all of these items we can start to reduce by using mindfulness and grounding techniques. So I want to pass it over a little bit to Dan and Thomas to kind of go through with the next step. So we have a couple tips of the grounding, and that really can bring you down to focus your mind to be able to go into the next step, which is meditation and mindfulness.
I love the grounding. I mean,
that was
was
awesome. Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
I can feel my fuzzy socks, and it makes me feel all nice and cozy, right? That was great. Thank you. Good night. I do. Like, so many times there's like, we talk about mindfulness and we talk about that it can de-stress, right? And that's like what everybody loves to talk about when it comes to this. But sometimes you just want a tool, right? You just need something like in a moment, whether it's, a deep breathe or with grounding. I mean, I could just see many students before a test ground themselves and kind of focus your energy, right? So when we're talking about these tools and we're talking about physical mindfulness, and we just had all these incredible athletes that are on, right? And you know that they are working out and you know that they're taking care of their muscles. Meditation is also a workout. It quiets the mind. The mind is a muscle. And I think that most people forget the fact that it is a muscle. Yeah. And it needs a break sometimes. I know that we've been working out a lot more over the summer. We talk about it in our podcast, but we always have a day off, right?
Mm-hmm. And you don't necessarily, like, let's say one day you forget to meditate and you've been in this consistent process of meditating every single day. It's really important to remember, even if you miss a day, it's okay. Because this is a lifelong process. It's not going to happen overnight. Like, I remember for me personally, like I've meditated in the past. Even in my classes for my acting training at FAU, we would actually integrate some meditations before we would begin our acting training in the classes, because as an actor, you're portraying another person. So that can be very emotionally taxing. So you want to make sure that you're living in the present moment, because that is a much healthier way to sort of like present that.
You talk about acting being the part of another person, and it's true. But I think one of the things that meditation does, not just for that, but we have a friend of ours that her name is Lisa Goodwin, and we have actually linked her on our website. It's at lisagoodwin.net, but she is incredible. And she gives a great example about the importance of meditation. So I want everybody to imagine that you're staring at a window in your house, all right? And this window hasn't been cleaned or touched, let's just say, for 20 years.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you start to look at the window. Are you going to be able to see clearly? You might see some images, you might see some shapes outside, but can you really see clearly what it is? No. I mean, there could be a shape outside. It might look like a big, huge monster,
right?
And it might just be a tree branch.
Right.
So what meditation does is it's like Windex to the window, right? You squirt a little Windex on it and you wipe away a little hole. And all of a sudden you can start to see clearly. Mm-hmm. And the more and more that you meditate, the more Windex is on the window, the clearer that window becomes. And it allows you to see things better and to see things a little bit more realistic and to have a little bit more control over what's going on in your life.
Yeah, and there's also that other example that she used. I believe it was so let's say you walk into your kitchen and you have a stack of dishes that's in your sink that literally stacks up to the ceiling. And you look at it and you get overwhelmed. You're like, wow, I don't know if I can ever, clear this. I don't know how much I can do. But the important thing, like, you start taking away some dishes every single day. And, as the days go along, less and less dishes become in your sink. And eventually eventually you're going to have a clean sink. So it's really, like, you can use any kind of analogy, but it's really sort of like the same idea, like what Dan was using the example of the Windex on the glass. It's like we're emptying our glasses. It's a really big process. It's a slow process, but you have to be patient and you have to trust the process.
I like the fact of trusting it. I do. And Sierra, I know that you went behind and you told us a lot about the science, and that is awesome, because I think when we talk about things like mindfulness, a lot of people might get a little skeptical, but to know that there really is science behind it, I think is important. But what are like a couple types? Like, I know that there's so many types of meditations, but Sierra, what are the two main types of meditation that we can talk about?
That's a great question. So there are various different ways of meditation and mindfulness. So the first one is a guided meditation. And then you can also do a meditation on your own, meaning that no one's talking or walking you through something. So one of the things, especially how Thomas was talking about all of the dishes being stacked and to just take one piece off at a time, right? So we're not expecting people to start with mindfulness and be able to do a perfect meditation. That's unrealistic. We're setting ourselves up for failure, right? So when I talk about the different types of meditation, I will be very transparent. I cannot quiet my mind without a guided meditation or a guided yoga class. There's no way that I'm going to be able to do a full yoga class without someone telling me and prompting me what to do next. And that's because I just need the extra help of someone guiding me through this process, to listen, to be able to focus and to not focus on all of the other thoughts that are happening in my mind. And so a guided meditation really is very, very much like our meditations and our podcasts. You're listening to someone who's walking you through something to help quiet your mind and quiet your body, to bring you back down to the here and now. So another form of meditation mindfulness would be like yoga, so doing something active. We could also talk about the different repetitive phrases, right? And so practicing some type of mantra.
Sierra, why don't we do that? Why don't we take our guests through the various types, right? So you have guided meditations and you have the unguided meditations. And the unguided meditations are really the aspect of sitting in silence, right?
Yes.
And I like what you had said, like that guided meditation really helps you. And I know that for myself, I didn't really grasp the power of the unguided meditation until the quarantine.
Yeah.
So that for my practice had always, and I've been practicing and doing meditations for decades because I'm old, but so I've been doing it for like a while, and I really love it. And I decided to really start that unguided process, to the ability of sitting in silence. And since the quarantine, I've really begun to appreciate silence. Yeah. Which is also very meditative. But I think we can kind of group guided and unguided meditations really into like 6 different formats.
Yeah.
And it's something fun to play with all different types. So let's say about the mindful meditation. And I think the mindful meditations, there's a lot of apps out there, right? There's a lot of meditation apps out there. There's Headspace and there's Calm, there's Insight Timer, and there's so many different practices when it comes to that. And I think the mindful meditation is one of the most popular ones.
Yeah.
And not exactly one until now that I became really familiar with, but those are the ones that you're really sitting in silence. Or you focus on a breath. And thoughts are coming into your mind. And the important thing is to allow the thoughts to leave. So many times we'll be focused on a thought. We have these athletes. What if they're focused on a thought of, oh gosh, I have the big game on Saturday, or I've got the big game on Thursday or Friday if they're in high school, and they start to worry about it. The important thing is when we're meditating is to allow the thought, not prevent it, right? We don't want to get into a fight with the thought.
Right.
But we want the thought to be able to come into your head, say, ooh, cool, thought. I have a game on Saturday, and to let the thought go.
I'm gonna kind of use an example that because in addition to our meditations that we use on mindfulme.org, I also do some Headspace meditations. And one example that they use on that Andy uses on his meditations is that think of the thoughts as like cars in traffic. Let's say you're on the side of the road and there's like heavy traffic, and all of those cars are thoughts. So you kind of want to just let the car just like pass on by, acknowledge that they're there. You don't want to, like you said, you don't want to fight against them. Acknowledge that they're there and kind of let them pass, And the more you do that, there's not going to be any standstill traffic, and it's just going to be maybe some moderate traffic. Eliminate thoughts.
So imagine if those cars are all, like I said, everything that's in your head, right? If there's a traffic jam, it stays in your head and it doesn't leave, and you obsess and you start to freak out and all those things that meditation's trying to do. But if we let them go and don't judge them, right? We're not sitting on the side of the road saying, man, that's a jalopy car, ew. Right? We're not judging it, because that car is just as important as a Lamborghini that's going by. Right. We don't judge it.
Like I drive a 2000
and they go.
Like I drive a 2004 Toyota Corolla. It does the job.
It is awesome. And it's character. And Sierra, you're about to talk about the movement. What are some of those meditations?
Right. So there's a lot of different ways that you can use meditation with movement. One of the most basic ones that I like to talk about is taking a walk in nature, right? Because you're getting your body moving, which is that physical aspect, but then you're also going to be working on those passing thoughts, right? So these cars that are going through in our mind. My favorite is yoga. That's something that's been really important to me. I started practicing a couple years ago, which really is what got me into this into mindfulness, because it gave me this opportunity to allow myself the time to work on it, right? So I didn't start my first yoga class and was like, wow, I'm so great at this. I never need to practice this again, because that's not true. Everything takes time. So my favorite type of movement meditation is yoga, because some of the anxieties and the worries that are happening, I notice that I feel it physically, right? And so if my heart's racing and my palms are sweating, I'm not going to be able to do anything else. So by incorporating that physical part of it, you're focusing on that, right? So then I can't focus on the thought that was giving me anxiety, because I'm focusing on my next pumping warrior, right?
I love that.
Yeah, and by doing that, and I think that I don't like to use the word distract, because we're not trying to distract ourselves from the things that are bothering us, but it gives you an opportunity to focus yourself more, right? So instead of thinking about, okay, I know that I have this report due next week, that's making me really nervous, but then I know that the prompt in the yoga class is telling me what my next move is going to be. I can only focus on that. I can't focus on the other thought.
And that's so important. I know that when I do a walk every morning, right? And that is out in nature. Love that. And I'm so glad you said that, because connecting with nature is very meditative. Yeah. We're actually going to do a meditation today that we're going to involve nature in. All of our athletes are meditating through their sport. Mm-hmm. Sports is another analogy of mindful movement, right? It's so choreographed. We were watching the basketball game yesterday, and we were watching Milwaukee, and it almost looked like this choreographed ballet that was out there. Again, very meditative, and people don't think about that. They just think, for meditation. It's so much more.
There's so many different types too.
So much more.
And I know for me personally, I'm going to kind of use an example. So my first production ever that I was a part of in college, I played Carl Lidman, a Raisin in the Sun, the only white guy in the entire cast. And my character had monologues upon monologues upon monologues of lines. I had a lot of lines to memorize.
He was really good.
And it was, thanks. But it was a lot. It was very intimidating for somebody who performed mostly in musicals in high school to this really deep role coming into college, like for his first production. So, but my directors and my fellow castmates did a really good job of making sure that I was really confident and knowing all the lines and everything. I noticed that my performances were where I just kind of trusted myself, because I knew the material and wasn't thinking about like the next line or what I was going to do next. Because I found that during one performance, I think it was like towards the end of the second weekend, it was like the second to last performance or something like that. I remember in the middle of my monologue, for some reason, I started thinking about something else, and I completely just like blanked out on stage, just blurted out a line that made no sense, but nobody noticed because they don't know the show like I do. Okay. So that's sort of like an example of like being present, and that's something that meditation has severely helped me throughout the years, is being present, and that's how it's actually helped me as an actor throughout the years since I started practicing meditation and Because being present, you can tell when somebody's being present on stage or on film because they've done the work and they're not worried about the next thing. So,
which really goes into a lot of what Sierra was talking about, is being whatever activity that you're doing when it comes to a movement type of meditation. And there's also a third type of meditation would be spiritual meditation. I want to caution everybody at that word, because some people think I'm about to talk about religion or I'm going to get new agey on this, and that's not really what it is. But when someone's focusing on a spiritual meditation, it's a still meditation, but instead of focusing on just your thoughts, or instead of focusing on a yoga pose or a walk in nature, you're focusing on your connection to everything around you, however that looks. Now, there are some people that might say, well, prayer in in church or a synagogue, that would be spiritual meditation, and it might be. Absolutely.
It might be,
Or it might just be you sitting quietly and thinking about your place within the universe, or thinking about your connection to everything around you. It's a focused meditation, but it's a focused meditation on your place within things. And that could be anywhere, or any time, or look in any way. So I think it's something that is important because it's a type of meditation. And I think the whole aspect of this breakout session, this workshop today, is to break away from the stigma that meditation is difficult, or that meditation has to be organized, or that meditation is something that I just can't do. It's something we all can do, and it doesn't have to take place in a specific place. It could literally be anywhere. Right? So, Sierra, you have started to talk about mantra meditations a little while ago. Can you a little bit more?
Yeah, so a mantra meditation, I also like to use this within my practice and as well with my clients. So I also kind of use this as almost an affirmation, because it's giving you something to focus on. That's something that you like, almost like a goal or an intention, right? So if my mantra is about happiness, right? So I'm wanting to focus on feeling a little bit happier. I'm going to find a mantra that meets my needs. And whether it doesn't have to be something intricate, it could just literally be, I am happy. I am happy. And by using this mantra meditation, it allows us to kind of explore those thoughts. Before we get into that, though, Dan, you had mentioned something about this idea of that it doesn't have to be so big. It doesn't have to be perfect. And that's really important to me in my practice and for those that are beginning to start. Something that I use with my clients and with myself is something called a SMART goal, right? And so it's a type of goal that is attainable, it's measurable, but the most important part is that it's attainable. I mean, we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. And so a good example that I like to use is, let's say I want to lose weight, right? I want to lose 10 pounds. So how do I do that? I work out, I eat healthy, I might change up some other routines. So would it be realistic for me to say that I'm going to work out 7 days a week to lose this 10 pounds? Probably not. Probably not if that wasn't really part of my routine to begin with, right? And so using that mantra meditation to go into that is starting out something small, right? I like to start with something small, meaning if it's just practicing once a day or once a week for 5 minutes, and allowing yourself to just kind of put your toe into the water of meditation. Thomas, have you noticed that when you first started your practice with using this for your career, how it started out in being slow?
Started out being slow?
Yeah, that you started like your meditation practice, gradually going into it.
So before I really truly understood what meditation was, like we would do some, like I said before, we would do some meditations in class. And I had a really difficult time with not allowing the thoughts to pass. Like I would get frustrated at the fact that I would be having all these thoughts and I would get overwhelmed. I'm like, oh, my meditation didn't work. But now, since I've been doing it more consistently and I have a better idea of what meditation is that's okay. You're not going to have an amazing, uplifting meditation every single time you meditate. I just got to keep reminding myself, like, it's a lifelong process. Like nobody's gonna reach full like enlightenment by meditating every day. You may meditate every day until you're 80 and you're about to die or whatever. But you could.
I plan on living way longer than that, so you better be prepared for taking care of me like way longer than when I reach 80.
No, but I do think it's super important to really start as early as you can and just kind of accept the process for what it is and understand that it is a process. It's not going to be easy throughout. And I think that's the most important thing that I've learned, especially in the beginning when I felt like, oh, it's not working, oh, it's not really helping me, I'm still in my head about everything. So once I accepted the fact that, oh, it's going to take time and just realize that the thoughts are thoughts, observe them and let them pass, that really helped me loosen up a little bit, and it's made this journey much more eye-opening for me personally.
I think as a teacher, because that is, that's my profession, I love the idea of the SMART goals, because as a teacher, I give myself SMART goals all the time for what I want out of a class. So I think that's important. I do. But I think the other thing that's really important is the toolbox. So when we're talking about meditations today, right, we've talked about the mindful meditation, we've talked about a spiritual meditation, we've talked about a movement meditation, we've talked about a mantra meditation. Those are four, right? Sorry. So Thomas and I are the same computer.
Yes.
So those are four different types of meditations. And there's another one too that I think is really important. And the reason why the three of us, are kind of going through these meditations is that you know yourself. Everyone's different.
Yeah.
And I've been working, okay, so this other type is really a sound meditation. So for sound meditations, every sound has a different frequency, right? If you're listening to radio, and if you're listening to either AM or FM, or even digital radio, or you're listening to like Sirius or XM radio, everything's at a different frequency. As the musical director at Fort Lauderdale High School, we are working with microphones, and they're wireless microphones. And every microphone has a different frequency, because that's how we don't jumble on top of each other or have those weird, awful noises. So there's different frequencies out there. That noise at that frequency has an effect on the human body. Also scientific. It's not just, well, we think it does, but it does, right? So you can actually regenerate cells, or have cells regenerate at the frequency of 111. There are different frequencies at like 434 that kind of help with brain clarity. And you can do a lot of research, and Mindful Me will be going into this on different podcasts and different exercises. So the aspect of listening to that, and I've been working with the 111 frequency, and I'll be doing work because Broward County is going to be online this year to start with all of our students. So I'm taking all of my curriculum and I'm working on that curriculum, and I'm making it fun and interesting for online for the students this year. I've been listening to the 111 in the background. When I go do my meditation, I said I've been doing some silent ones, right? I just will have the 111 play or whatever. Some days are different. I had a time where I was listening to 111, it was a couple of days ago, and I was just frustrated. It just wasn't working for me. I don't know what it was. My brain wasn't focusing on it. I was getting very agitated. So I'm like, you know what? I need to meditate, because it's part of my daily practice. I turned off the 111. I said, I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to do a spiritual meditation. And I started to focus with myself. And remember, I said this is not going to be religious. All I was doing was focusing on my place at Fort Lauderdale High School. And I felt this incredible connection to my school and my school community, because I'd just been working so much that day on different trainings that I was going to be doing and different curriculums. And I just pictured me at the school and students and my coworkers, incredible administration. And it was this unbelievable connection. I just sat there for 20 minutes like that. And I felt awesome. Why? Because I just had different tools in my toolbox.
Yeah.
Because not every day is going to be the perfect silent meditation, right, or the perfect spiritual meditation, the perfect mindful meditation. It's just not. But the most important thing is I didn't beat myself up for it. I said, this one's not working. Let me try something else.
And because you've built your toolbox, you can switch from different meditations. Say if one's not working one particular day, I'm going to try a mantra meditation instead of a silent meditation. You have the ability to do so.
Exactly.
That's why it's extremely important to educate yourself on different kinds of meditations, so you can add it to your toolbox and have different, you can choose on a different day, like, I feel like doing a silent meditation today. Today I feel like doing a spiritual meditation.
Wherever you feel comfortable, whatever you feel comfortable with. And I think, Sierra, you had mentioned this, and I'm going to throw this back to you because I think it's a point we cannot emphasize enough. Be kind to yourself.
Yes. Thank you for saying that. And also, don't beat yourself up.
Right.
Don't meet yourself where you're at. So if you're just starting out, that's okay if you just know one thing. It's all about being kind to yourself. And so I know for me, I cannot do a sit in silence. That does not work for my practice. And so I'm meeting myself where I'm at. I know what my capabilities are. I know what I like and I know what I don't like. And for me, I prefer guided meditation. That works for me. So it's okay if I don't want to try the non-guiding one, right? So the silence and sitting with yourself in silence, maybe using sound healing or something like that. So I have to use what's in my toolbox. And so, yeah, sometimes we do want to go a little bit outside of our comfort zone just because we might like that tool, right? And so I could try a little bit harder and I might end up enjoying it. And there has been times where it has been enjoyable for me to sit in the silence. But I know for me in my practice, when I need mindfulness and when I need meditation the most, I need to be focusing on something. And so I'll pull out my computer and log in and find a yoga class, right? Because I know that if I follow somebody's words, that'll bring me back down. So here's the thing, being kind to yourself. This is such a hard concept. We are humans. We make mistakes. We make errors, and that's okay. It's okay not to be perfect at meditation. It's okay if that really, really yucky thought pops back into your head. If you keep telling it to go away and letting it pass, that's okay. It's gonna happen. It is normal for those things to happen. But the one thing that I really want everyone to take away is being kind to yourself. That is such an important concept, because if you're trying to use this tool and you're trying to use mindfulness and you're trying to use meditation and you're like, this isn't working for me, I must be horrible at it, is that going to work for us? No. Then that's you beating yourself up, and just meet yourself where you're at.
So let me ask you this question. Forget even your profession, right? And your patience. Let's forget that for a second. But let's say that your BFF comes up to you and says, "Oh my God, Sierra, I just feel like I'm the worst. I mean, my hair, it's awful. I can't stand the way I look." Right? What would be the first thing you'd say to that person?
Well, to be honest, I would ask, is that something that you would say to a friend?
Why would you treat yourself differently than you would want your best friend to treat you?
Also, because the only person you're going to be with for the rest of your life is yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So true, because you're with yourself 24/7.
Exactly.
And it's just such an interesting concept where we beat ourselves up all the time.
Okay, for small things, too.
Right, but instead of thinking myself, would I want my friend, would I want that? I mean, Sarah, if I went to you and it was just been like, oh, gosh, I'm just awful. I mean, if you came back and said, yeah, you are awful. I think at that point.
You'd be like a little bit like, oh, I was not expecting that.
I was not, right? So why would we want to expect it for ourselves? So Sierra, let's kind of transition a little bit here, because I think that the types of meditations, those are the tools in our toolbox, our meditation toolbox. The types of meditation, some of the great advice I think that we've been trying to weave in here. But there might be people out there that are new to this, okay? And I think, as the lawyer in me would be like, well, I need a roadmap. Yeah. So how do we do a how to meditate? What do you think, like, the first thing to do, or the first piece of advice we could give on this lesson of 1 + 1 is 2? How do we do that kind of formula for meditation?
So the first thing that I would say, if you're just starting out, is to kind of look at the different meditations that we've already discussed, right? And deciding which one seems the most appealing to you, which seems the most attainable, the most able to do, right? And just trying that. Just trying it for just a couple minutes. It doesn't have to be an hour-long practice. It doesn't have to be a 30-minute practice. Just starting out, give yourself maybe 10, 15 minutes to just try it.
Go to mindfulme.org to our little button that says meditate. And every Monday there's a new one, but there's so many ones out there. And I think that is important, just to try it. But I think too, once you start to meditate and you sit in your position, set an intention.
Yeah.
Just set an intention. What do I want out of this meditation? Why am I doing this meditation? Why am I even considering doing meditation? Right? Set your intention.
It could be different every single day. It could be a different intention every day. And sometimes I don't know what my intention is. And I'm like, you know what? I just go with something simple as I want to feel good today, and just go ahead and do that. It could
Plain
be
and simple. The intention doesn't have to be to solve the world's problems.
Right.
No.
Right? It could just be like, I want some clarity today, or I want to empty my glass with mindful me today. Just whatever it is that you want, whatever it is, set that intention. I think it's important.
I'm not going to be meditating and being like, I'm going to solve the pandemic today. It's going to go away.
I want to just build on that, even with a very, very basic intention. So when I first started doing yoga and they tell you to set an intention, I'm like, what do you mean? What's an intention? What is that? So I made one up. And you know what my intention was? It was me. I'm my intention. I was doing this practice for me. And so I didn't think that I needed to come up with a new intention every single day, because then I don't think that I was trying to reach a goal, which was to feel better and to feel healthy. And so my intention was me. And I set that intention, that same intention, every single yoga practice for about 5 months. So
and it's because that kind of connects with what Vismaya was saying earlier, right? And her thing earlier was, she gave the example, and I think we've all heard this, right? When you're on an airplane and if, God forbid, the oxygen masks come down, put yours on before you give to your child.
Yeah.
You cannot fill somebody else's glass until yours is filled. I mean, if you look at the Mindful Me logo, it's a U filled with water coming out, meaning you have to fill your glass first
before you can
help others. Or cup runneth over. And I think that's so important. And there's nothing selfish about that.
Yeah.
Setting an intention to be yourself. Mm-hmm. And I think that to build off of that, if we are working on ourselves, setting a time every day where you're like, this is my time. This is my time to either do yoga. It's my time to take a walk. It's my time to play a sport. It's my time. So many of our athletes said just sitting there listening to music. That's meditation. Yeah. This is my time to listen to music. It's my time to read a book. Whatever it is that's your time, that is stopping your mind and clearing it using a little bit of Windex.
Yeah. I remember in the beginning of my meditation journey, like I would try to do something like that. Like I would try and listen to music, or I would try to like listen to some calming music or whatever, but my mind would also be racing during my me time. And that's why it's super important to start small with your meditations, because even during your me time, that's not meditation. Meditation actually teaches you to be present in those moments when you give yourself that me time.
It's really true. And you know, I've gotten this question when it comes to meditation a lot, and there's a lot of different theories about this. Can we meditate sitting up? Can we meditate lying down? Like, what's better? So one of my favorite teachers out there, and I highly recommend reading his books or listening to his lectures, is Eckhart Tolle. So Eckhart Tolle was saying, because that question comes up a lot, obviously, and you've got people out there that are like, you must meditate sitting up, or no, you've got to meditate lying down. His aspect is, doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. The important thing is, don't fall asleep. No. So the reason why people say don't lie down is because people are like, lie down and then they're going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
And meditation is meditative. It can help you go to sleep. Mm-hmm. But if you want to, like, I'm lying down for meditation way more than I like sitting up.
Me too. Yeah.
Right? Just a little piece of advice. Sierra, do you like lying down or sitting up?
I was just going to say I prefer meditating sitting up. And that's the thing. Well, you know, so a couple times when you go through a yoga class, at the end of the class, you do the vinyasa, I always forget the name, but essentially you're laying flat, right? And so we're coming back down and meeting ourselves after a full workout class, right? I have fallen asleep during that time. And it's because my mind has been so quieted down that I'm in such a state of relaxation that I pass out. So for me, I like to sit up, because then I'm able to focus more on all of my different body parts being in a full relaxed position. But I wanted to build on something that Dan said about when you're on an airplane, right? And I always ask all my clients that question. Why do you put on your mask before your child or before the person next to you? Because if I pass out, I can't take care of you. And so I have to take care of myself before I take care of you.
Yes.
And
so you can't give to somebody else if you've got nothing to give.
Right.
Exactly. And so for me, that's why I use mindfulness and meditation, so that I still have enough to give to our community and to my job and my clients. And so again, and to my family, thank you.
The thing is, Sierra, like I've known Sierra for a very long time. I love her like a daughter. She's an incredible human being. She has a great family, and she's an integral part of the family. And it's to anybody. Like family isn't necessarily like kids. It's your siblings, it's your cousins, it's your parents, it's all those people, because you're with them all the time. And it doesn't have to be a blood family, right?
Especially now in quarantine.
Right, that's so true. It's like now in quarantine. So, but that is so important. It really is. So to your family too, it's not just out to work.
Yeah. Exactly. And thank you for reminding me of that, because that's true. And it really does hone in at home for us to be able to practice this. I'm going to kind of bring it back to when we were talking about the science of meditation and mindfulness. It really does. By practicing it over time, it allows us to be able to hone into that skill when you need it. So if somebody's aggravating me, or if I'm fighting with my sister, I'm like, okay, all right, I can use my mindfulness right now to kind of bring myself back down into the here and now and not be so angry about what's happening.
That's important too. I know that we have a lot of students, right, that are listening as well as so the trick for adults, for students, for anybody, sometimes there's a lot of stuff being thrown at you, right? And sometimes life can become overwhelming. And you're like, okay, I don't have 10 minutes to go hide and meditate.
Right.
But you do have 15 seconds.
Yep.
And you can do in 15 seconds, you can do one of the grounding techniques that Sierra so brilliantly taught us earlier. And I love it. And also take a breath.
Yeah.
A great way to stop the chaos just for a second is a cleansing breath. Close your eyes. Breathe in deeply through your nose, let your stomach expand. Hold it for 4 counts. Exhale through your mouth for 4 counts. That's 8 seconds. Do it twice.
Yeah, that's all.
And I'll tell you, it stops the mind for just a second, and it allows you to clearly figure out the next step. As an adult, workplaces can get exciting, right? And I'm using the word exciting, right? Adults, replace with whatever word makes sense for you. All right, and kids, students, we have heard so much about how a student's life is complicated, not just in a classroom, how about between classes, right? You've got 10 minutes to go between classes. Do you know how much you guys are being bombarded in just 10 minutes between the academic and the social and all the personal things?
Yeah.
Sometimes just give yourself 15 seconds. Take a breath. That's a meditation.
Yeah.
And can help really stop and really stop the mind. There's been a question. I know that these topics have been out, and a lot of people that have registered for today's summit had sent in questions. One of the questions, and I'm just kind of looking at time, and I want some time to be able to do a meditation with everybody. But one of the questions I thought was really important that I do want to kind of add. Do you need essential oils? Do you need to burn candles? Do you need things like that to meditate? And the answer is really no. Now, is it nice? Yes,
definitely,
it is.
yes.
I'm not going to say it's not nice, because it really is nice. And if I've got the time to kind of set up a meditation space, I love to use candles.
Yeah.
Right? Because it helps to bring a peace, and it helps to bring a calm. And essential oils are phenomenal. They are, because they work with senses.
Yeah.
And they can different things. So whatever oil is nice for you. A lot of people, like a lavender for calming, or citrus to bring energy. Anything along those lines are really, 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 really great. It's not mandatory.
Right. I remember one time you brought home, it was like this essential oil stick that you could rub on your skin.
Oh, the roller balls.
The rolling balls. And I remember I had a hard time sleeping, just take some of this and like rub it on like the bottom of your feet and put on some really comfortable socks before you go to bed. No joke, I literally slept like a baby. Like it was amazing. and it smelled really good. I think it was like lavender or something.
I think it was lavender. Do you have an essential oil you like to work with?
So that's exactly what I was going to say is, again, meeting yourself where you're at and knowing what you like and what you don't like. I'm actually extremely sensitive to smell, and it actually gives me a headache, certain smells. And so I can only use a couple. I only use mint and lavender because those are the only things that I find calming and de-stressing for myself. Anything else gives me a headache. And going back to also what Thomas was saying about giving yourself that time, I also just want to take one more opportunity to again say, don't beat yourself up. So if I set aside an hour today to do yoga, which I did, and if I don't get to it, should I beat myself up that I didn't get to it? No. I shouldn't. I should give myself that space to be able to say, okay, it didn't happen. I'm going to try it tomorrow. Or you know what? I have 5 seconds right now. I'm going to do a couple deep breaths.
That's it. Yeah. And that's really great. And then one more thing that to address, and I'm going to ask Jonathan, and I've been seeing, and it's just been hard to see because of the computer, but Jonathan, I've seen some questions pop up in the chat. If there's anything before we start meditation, just kind of let me know. One of the things about creating a new habit, and I think is important, and again, this is just advice that you'll see all over the internet. It's one of those sciencey things. 20 days. Give yourself 20 consecutive days. So we've mentioned her before, but Thomas and I have a great friend. Her name is Lisa Goodwin, and she's a yogi. And I'll be honest, yoga's always freaked me out. I'm not going to lie.
Same.
Right? And she was just like, she said, look, do me a favor. Do yoga for 20 days straight. If on the 21st day you still hate it, I'll never mention it again. She was right. So just give yourself that time. And again, remember, meditation is just breathing. If you don't like the word meditation, and some people don't. Some people are like, oh, I can't meditate. Boom, done, no more conversation. Yeah. Right? And you're like, okay then.
Mindful breathing.
Call it a breathing.
Yeah.
Can you breathe for 5 minutes? Like that, I love, it's one of those things, I can't meditate. Okay, cool. Can you sit in the chair for me and just breathe for 5 minutes? Yeah, I can breathe. Awesome. Just do that.
Let me break it down for you real quick.
Can you breathe? So, that's like, it's just something I really think is really, really, really important. So let's do a quick, because we have about 10 minutes. Jonathan, is there something or one of the questions that we should answer, or is it stuff we can do in the Q&A?
I think you guys touched on this a bit, but one of the questions were from an individual named Zach, and he said, if I'm now starting, how much of my day should I dedicate to practicing mindfulness?
Okay, I think it's a really good question, and it is something that we can go into more in the Q&A, but let's kind of just quickly look at that because it is important. Sierra had talked about, and I know that we had kind of touched on the fact of don't give yourself a time frame that is really unreasonable. 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's as little as 3 minutes.
Start with 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Or however long you think that you can do it. And that's really the main thing. You don't want to set this goal for yourself and you say, I'm going to do 5 minutes today, and you can't reach the 5 minutes. That's okay. Just do it as long as you know that you can. And that's it.
Just try and be consistent, right? So if you're like, I want to start a mindfulness practice, awesome, yay. Okay, do a minute, 30 seconds, 3 minutes, just breathe, something simple. Or like Sierra said, the easy, I don't want to say easiest because that's really just the wrong word, but I think one of the types of meditations, the one we're going to do right now is a guided meditation. And for a lot of people, that's the best one for them. I'm not going to say it's not for me. I love all types. And guided are so important. And they are, because you know what? If someone's going to take you on the journey.
Especially if starting off, I would definitely recommend doing guided meditations, especially for somebody who's just starting out, because someone who's telling you, breathe here, breathe in for this amount of counts or breathe out for this amount of counts. It's just easier definitely to start off with some guided meditations. I would recommend.
So let's do one. Let's do one right now. All right. So let's take a moment. And for some of you that are like all squishy on the couch or in bed or in front of the television, whatever it is that you are, and I'm actually going to move our computer. It's going to focus on Thomas right now. So there's Thomas, and you'll hear me in the background. And this is our dining room. So anyways, just close your eyes. Right now, all I'm going to ask you guys to do is just sit back, lay down, whatever position you find comfortable, just close your eyes. And what I'd like you to do is to just breathe. In through your nose, out through your nose. Just breathe. Just keep breathing. In through your nose and out through your nose. So let's take a moment and do a nice cleansing breath. Breathe deeply in through your nose and let your stomach expand. And hold that. And gently exhale through your mouth. Oh, that felt good. Let's try that again. Let's take a nice deep breath through your nose and let your stomach expand and hold it. And gently exhale through your mouth and let your stomach flatten. And now just breathe naturally. In through your nose and out through your nose. You're going to find yourself in a really interesting space. However that looks to you, I want you to think about the space that brings you the most happiness. It might be a beach. It might be a forest. It might be a theme park. It might actually be your bedroom. Or it could be a fantasy place. Maybe you're at Hogwarts. Or maybe you're in Middle Earth. But wherever it is, you find yourself there right now. Take just a moment and look around. What do you see? I want you to note all the different colors. And the colors aren't just the primary. All the different shades of the same color. And I want you to notice how clear each color is. Notice the smells. If you're on the beach, the saltiness of the ocean. If you're in a forest, the crispness of the air. If you're in a theme park, popcorn. Wherever you are, even if it's your bedroom or if it's a fantasy place, what do you smell? Take a moment now and start to walk through your fantasy place. What are the sounds that you hear? Is it the crunching of leaves? Is it the sand rustling, the leaves, the concrete, or just the carpet? What does it sound like? What is the touch like? How does that tree feel, or the sand, or the water, or a building? Wherever you're at, how does it feel? And as you continue to walk through, the most important question is, how do you feel? This is your favorite place. Why? As you're walking through and you see the sights and you smell the smells and you feel the air around you, you almost feel as if you are invincible, because this place has an energy. This place you connect with. This place you feel safe. Because wherever you are right now is perfect. Wherever you are right now, anything and everything is absolutely positive and possible. So as you continue to walk through and you start to notice things, you see this beautiful bench that's just a few footsteps away. It is incredible and it fits and you're excited to see it. As you approach the bench, have a seat. And how does it feel to be where you are? Let's take a nice deep breath in through your nose and let your stomach expand and hold it. Exhale gently through your mouth as your stomach flattens. Let's take another deep breath in through your nose and let your stomach expand and hold it. And exhale gently through your mouth as your stomach flattens. Start to wiggle your fingers a little bit, your toes. You start to feel the air around you. And you start to feel the connectivity with your body. And as you continue to breathe, you feel more and more grounded, more and more present, and more connected to the world around you, the physical world right where you're at. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes. Welcome back to the present. And welcome back. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope you learned something, and I hope you understand how much you mean to this world and how important you are to every different facet. There's so many more different meditations on mindfulme.org, mindful again with 2 L's. Every Monday we come out with a brand new one. We have mantra meditations, we have other guided meditations, and so many different ones coming out for the future and different skills. Our podcasts are every Thursday where you can hear a different topic, and it doesn't have to be a mindful topic. We kind of branch out, and we have so many more great things coming up with Mindful Me in the future. So I know right now we're about to go into a question answer. Some of you guys have some incredible questions. We have some awesome guests that we're excited to hear from. Again, thank you for taking time out of your Saturday. Thank you for connecting with us, whether it's on this platform through our actual summit, whether it's on our YouTube channel, whether it's on our IG Live or Facebook Live. So many of you are connecting with so many different parts of all around us for whatever is convenient for you. Sierra, I love you so much. You are absolutely a breath of every fresh air you can possibly think of. And we love you being part of the board. You know, it was just interesting. Vismaya had said that in order to be, you know, a gangster, right? In order to be a positive, you have to surround yourself with a team. And this Mindful Me team with Jake and Fernando, Alexa, Jonathan, Sierra, Thomas, myself, I could not ask to be part of a more special team, a more thoughtful team, a more encouraging team, and a more dedicated team. Because we're really here just to bring about a different collective consciousness where we can all be nice to each other and kind to each other and positive and build a better world around us. I love you all, my team. Jonathan, I'm going to throw it back to you so that we can go into our question and answer period.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Katz. I really enjoyed that last masterclass for sure. And something cool that Mr. Katz touched upon earlier is that we're not only streaming on Zoom, but YouTube, Instagram Live, and Facebook Live. So we're going to be monitoring questions from all of the platforms. Alexa and I will be kind of doing that together. But before we start our Q&A segment, I just wanted to, A, thank you guys for being able to join us today. And B, I wanted to kind of just go around the table, well, I guess the Zoom call, and everyone introduce themselves. So why don't we start with our first guest, Ms. Skylar Haynes. Skylar, you're muted.
Sorry?
You're good now.
Okay. I'm going into senior year of high school, and I'll be speaking upon my social media platform.
And now we're going to go to...
I think you said Jenna.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jenna Moniz. I work at Atlantic Technical College and have been so graced to have met the Mindful Me group about a year ago, and am excited about our continued work together. We'll talk more. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And now Dr. Alonzo Gibson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tamara Gibson Alonzo. I work with Mindful Me with my role at the Florida Department of Education in the Office of Healthy Schools, supporting school districts statewide make better health and wellness practices. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. And now we're going to go to Mrs. Brinkworth.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Brinkworth. I have the honor and privilege of serving as your District 3 school board member on the Broward County School Board. I have 2 children in Broward County Public Schools, and I have personally seen the impact of mindfulness on students across Broward County and even in my own home, and I'm very excited to be here today to be part of this conversation.
Well, thank you to all of our guests for joining us today. And now we're going to introduce ourselves as part of the Mindful Me board, and we're going to start with Jake Lynch.
Good afternoon now. Earlier I introduced everybody in the summit, and just for a brief reminder, my name is Jake Lynch, and I am one of the founders of Mindful Me.
And Fernando.
Jake, take a nap again. Hey guys, my name is Fernando. I am also a founder of Mindful Me. Very excited to be in our first ever summit. A few of you may know me through the Need to Heed podcast with Jake. But yeah, very excited to be here and in for the treat.
Thank you. And then you met myself, Alexa, Thomas, Dan, and Sierra through our first 2 master classes. So we're just going to jump right into the questions. Our first question was actually someone who asked earlier on Instagram, but we couldn't get into it. Her name's Teely, and she just wanted to know how everyone was interested in mindfulness and how they kind of practice it in their everyday life. So we could start with whoever would want to start. All right, we'll start with...
Why don't we start with some of our guests?
How about Miss Jenna? Would you like to start?
Sure, you got it. So Miss Maya, certainly her message this morning certainly resonated with me as well. I have to say that probably 20 or so years ago, it was gratitude practices that really shifted the tide for me. I happened upon a book by a writer named Sarah Brethnach, and it was Simple Abundance. And from there, it really just helped me to shift my attention and focus on things that were working well, right? Because the mind has a tendency to, we've got what's called a negativity bias. And we will focus more on the things that don't go well, right? You'll think about a presentation you do, and afterwards you'll go, oh, I should have done this. Oh, I could have said this. Oh, I could have done this. So just by shifting my focus on the things that go right every single day, and sometimes those things weren't anything glorious or, super magnificent. Sometimes at the end of the day, it was, I'm so grateful that this day is over. I'm so grateful to have clean sheets to go to sleep in. And from there, it really kind of just shifted the focus for me. My graduate studies are in brain-based instruction. And so, that was also the doorway in understanding the science behind the way that mindfulness and positive psychology and the science of happiness, the way that the connection between the mind and the body. So it just became this both personal journey as well as, kind of moving into my professional realm. So I'd have to say 20 some odd years ago, I was in the Peace Corps. Yoga was a part of that, but it was just a lot of stillness, sitting with myself and focusing on what went well. So gratitude practices was kind of my start.
Thank you. And now how about Dr. Alonzo Gibson? Because I saw your comment earlier when Sierra was talking about one of the techniques she practices.
Yes. So I think the question was how we became interested in mindfulness and just engaged in the topic. And a lot like what Jenna was saying, It really, for me, came about not just by way of school, but by way of living and making connections with people, particularly actually when I was you guys' age. So when I was in high school, I was in student government, and my student government advisor, as well as my Students Working Against Tobacco Truth Program advisor, really connected and collaborated around the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. Have you guys heard about that, some of you? Maybe? Okay. It's Stephen Covey, and you'll see he's an awesome author. He has 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and Highly Effective Teens is one. And the first habit actually is being proactive. But in being proactive, you have to do so much of what was discussed today during this summit, and you have to really take a reflective look at yourself, focus on what you're proactive about, and honing that in on those energies that can improve yourself, thinking and reflecting on how you could be better, and allowing for moments of pause before you can be an effective leader and engage your peers, engage other people, and really make an impact outside of yourself. You have to first be proactive and be an advocate for yourself. So it was that my teachers, and I'm essentially a teacher now, an educator. My teachers in Flagler, they did this book study as a part of my class, and it changed my life. 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. Made me think a little deeper.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak upon the topic of how they got interested in mindfulness?
Sure, I'd be happy to. For me, I didn't know it was mindfulness, but in my early 30s, I was engaged in a spin class with an instructor who really could take us outside of the moment to anywhere in the world. And at the end of every spin class, we would do breathing. We would make sure our heart rate was controlled. We learned all of these techniques that really are what mindfulness is. And she would always end every class with, "How you think is everything." And she even had it spray painted on the wall. How you think is everything. And so, I was in my early 30s when I was in this class. And so that's really, like, I look at the young faces here on the screen and I think the amazing ability to know how to do this when you are young and how that can change your life is just so exciting to me. So that's why, as a parent and as a school board member, I'm really all about making sure that we have the mindfulness initiative for all of our students across all Broward schools. It's really so important to me because I know it could have, my life is great, but my life could have been so less stressful in those moments had I had those tools when I was younger. So it really is about the ability to get those negative thoughts out of your head and how to train yourself, as Sierra said earlier, to be kind to yourself. I mean, it's so, so, so important.
Ms. Brinkworth, I just want to say quickly, like, as someone who's been doing mindfulness for many decades, it is so refreshing to see the school board actually having an initiative and putting so much attention into it and really acknowledging its existence and training students and training teachers. Just, we really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for saying that because, I go to Tallahassee every year. I have the opportunity when our students do Rally to Tally, and we go and students are advocating on their platforms. And sometimes they have crossover with the platforms that the school board has, but sometimes not. And I remember very vividly, it was 2 weeks before the MSD tragedy, and I was in Tallahassee with a group of students, and one of the young women, her focus was bringing mindfulness to schools. And I sat in those meetings where she talked to those legislators, and I will tell you, some of their responses were very disappointing to me because they were almost dismissive of the thought, right? That's something that belongs outside of school. And I thought, well, no, I mean, this is something every student needs. And I think people get hung up what you were talking earlier about it being religious rather than spiritual, or they get caught up in the semantics of what it is and not really how it changes and transforms lives. So I'm very excited that the superintendent is on board. I've been advocating for 2 years and the superintendent's mindfulness initiative. And some of the silver linings of the pandemic are that we're going to open this school year with a serious focus on mindfulness. And I'm really excited about that. So thank you. And thank you for all of the work that you all do. I know Fernando and Jonathan presented to the school board during a workshop, and that was awesome.
Thank you. Just to get a few student perspectives, I think we could start with Alexa on how she got interested in mindfulness.
Sure. So luckily, I was brought into mindfulness at quite a young age. My parents first got divorced. It was always like, how do I refocus myself? I was in second grade, so it was hard for me to kind of separate school from what was going on at home. And lucky enough for me, my second grade teacher, well, this happened at the end of second grade. So my third grade teacher, actually, she was always very loving, and she was more of a third parent to me than a teacher. And I think that that was really what I needed that year. And she encouraged me to go see people who could help me get to my safe place. And I really didn't know what a safe place was at that point. I really just thought, how can breathing possibly help me overcome a divorce that I'm young? How is breathing going to help me? And the more I did it, the more I realized that this is really helpful, and this has helped me and it can help other people. But at such a young age, it kind of slipped my mind, and I didn't think that deeply into it until I got to high school, where I was in Mr. Katz's class, or Dan's class, and we would always start the class with some deep breathing, and everyone around us would always say, like, wow, this is really helping me. And that's where Mindful Me came about, and we decided to start it as an after school club to begin with. And we saw the same positive feedback. And really what's kept me in mindfulness is not only my personal benefits, but seeing everyone else around me have the same feedback, saying, wow, this is really helping me. And no matter where we go, whether it's a middle school or a high school or, a conference with a whole bunch of adult, business people, everyone has something positive to say. And that's what's really kept me in the realm of mindfulness. And that's why I want to pursue Mindful Me.
For sure. And I know a really popular question when we go to present and stuff, and a lot of the questions that we get asked is, how does someone deal with just the immense amount of pressure that they may receive from, whether that's social media, being in school, just their working environment? So why don't we start with Skylar to kind of answer?
Sorry. Okay. One of the things that I practice so I get really overwhelmed with school and just in general, many things, especially since COVID. So even just listening to music, although it sounds like, everyone kind of listens to music in the car or something, but just putting in my headphones makes me kind of go in another universe and just takes away my focus from whatever's going on. And whether it's just 5 minutes or even longer, I think that's a great way for me to handle the pressure of anything going on.
And Ms. Jenna, I know we've all personally kind of went through some of the workshops you put together, and just kind of share some of your favorite techniques.
So I love your comment, Skylar, and I think that the conversation, and Dan, you alluded to a lot of this too, we talk about some of these tools, and music is one of the biggest ways that you can shift your mood. So, as we think about music and, right, Dan, vibration and energy behind it, it's also important that we think about the kinds of music that, we're listening to. Ms. Brinkworth, you mentioned the importance, and I think all of our speakers have mentioned the importance of our thoughts, because our thoughts become things. What you all have pulled together here through this summit started with a thought, started with an idea. And if I remember correctly, a year ago or so, when we had our summit at Atlantic Technical College for students, you all approached the stage and you said, we started this Mindful Me program not too long ago, and we started it because we wanted to be proactive, and we don't want to wait until it's too late. And and obviously that was at the 2-year commemoration of the tragedy at Stoneman Douglas High School. But you all started this whole platform with a thought, and you asked, can we share with the rest of the group? And we said absolutely. And one of the things that you shared is that we will be having a summit coming up. And with all of what we've lived through and been through, it would have been absolutely, no one would have faulted you had you not come through on this summit. With the pandemic happening, with the country, all of the subconscious fears that have kind of come to the surface with the country, you would have been given absolute permission had this summit not happened, but you stuck with it. You had a thought, you had an idea, and you believed in it. And you work together, you found folks that are supportive of one another. You have to understand, and hopefully you're learning this now. I think that you are. We've had conversations in sidebars about, especially with new ideas, right? So Ms. Brinkworth, you bring up the point that you know, your students went to talk to establishments about something innovative and creative. Anytime you bring up something new and innovative, you're going to be met with fear, and there will be some levels of resistance. But you all didn't stop. It didn't stop you. It didn't stop you in what you're creating, and look what you've made. So, you know, just by being the example of a thought turns into something that could, you know, that manifests into something so beautiful. Who knows where this is, you know, going to go? You got tapped by name specifically from the superintendent. I would be remiss if I didn't make mention of Superintendent Robert Runcie. It is because of Mr. Runcie that I was able to start the Aspire Academy at Atlantic Technical College. It's because of Mr. Runcie that we had the Student Summit that I met you at. And it was Mr. Runcie that looked to have you all speak to the board. So, you know, Dr. Bental Shahar, who came on and spoke in our Shift Summit, our first series, and Vismaya mentioned, you know, him as being one of the lead positive psychologists, talks about the permission to be human. He also talks about leadership and how leadership, being a servant leader, is so important, where as the leader, you flip the hierarchy, and as the leader, you listen to your end user. So I'm just so grateful to have leaders like Ms. Brinkworth and like Mr. Runcie that listen first and foremost to students. Because I think at the very least, as an educator and as a mom, if we can't help you because we're not ready for the newness and innovation of what you're doing, and certainly I hope you're finding enough folks in leadership positions to help you out. If we can't help you, at the very least, we need to get out of your way. So hats off to all of you for hanging on to that thought, believing in yourselves, rallying your support that you need. I think you're the example of it.
Thank
You
you.
know, John, I'm sorry, John. I have to just piggyback on something because, you know, as being a teacher, and I'm sure that Tamara, you can absolutely speak on this. Broward County, thanks to, you know, our leadership like Ms. Brinkworth, and thanks to, you know, Mr. Runcie, who obviously puts thoughts into action. I feel like our district is so far ahead of so many others in the idea that mindfulness education is so important. So thank you for all you guys. Jonathan, back to you. Sorry.
So we just got a question. Sorry, you can go, Dr. Gibson.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Kotz, you're exactly correct. To continue what Jenna was saying, it is correct how what you all have championed in Broward County and are leading, both the adult advocates from the admin side, teachers, as well as the student leaders, is taking effect statewide. So actually, Mrs. Moniz is going to be presenting to a group of statewide health and physical educators next week, Tuesday, when we focus on what's called the WISC model, which every school has a school health advisory council and understands the importance of student-centered, whole school, whole community, whole child learning. It's called the WISC model. So I was so pleased to hear Jake open the summit today and talk about the importance of inclusiveness and dealing with the pressures and realities and having those courageous conversations that need to be had, and bringing that not just within your county, but broadening those conversations. And the original question was, how do we deal with those pressures? I would just add to do what you're doing to plan, to strategize, and to like stick your head out of the sand, get with the reality, and continue to be proactive and include each other. Just like Student Voices does, which this group is a part of Student Voices, Florida Students United, support, engage, and impact from the youth perspective all the way up to the adult perspective within homes, schools, communities.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Gibson. We had a question come in from Carolyn S. through the Q&A feature of the Zoom, and she asked if you were to see a student, and how would you exactly present and introduce mindfulness and some of the benefits of it? So kind of direct that question to Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that's really interesting is this conversation about how do we bring mindfulness into the classrooms, right? And one of the things that, you know, the superintendent and the staff that have been working on it in the Student Support Initiatives Department have been talking about is the professional development that's needed in order for teachers to be able to lead mindfulness. And one of the things that I pushed back on staff with was, okay, there are going to be some teachers for whom this is outside their comfort zone. It's not something they're familiar with, and maybe they don't really necessarily know the value or see the value today. So how do we make sure it's still available to all students, right? Because that's my biggest push every time I have the conversation, all students across all schools, across all grade levels. Like, how do we get that level of mindfulness into our schools? Because that, I believe, as a parent, as a former teacher, that is going to make the difference for our students, not only today in school, but in life. And so, that opportunity to have great professional development for our teachers, but even more importantly, for those teachers who aren't comfortable, have other teachers like Mr. Katz, who might be available to record something that would be available for, or even, as young people in Mindful Me, you record it and have it delivered to your peers, right? Something that can be pushed out for all students. And we don't have to force teachers to be outside of their comfort zone and do something that they're not willing to do or not feeling comfortable doing, because I think that comes across in the instruction, right? So if you're a student, you've been in a classroom where you maybe feel like your teacher didn't prepare quite properly for the lesson, you can pick up on that in a second. So if someone's trying to bring mindfulness to you and they don't really totally buy in, or they don't really understand how to do it, or they feel uncomfortable about it, that would be difficult for the teacher and difficult for the student. So we really want to make sure we have great professional development, and then we have the ability to push out people who really are masters at delivering mindfulness to students at the different age levels, so that everybody has access. That's really the most important thing to me.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a great method, because I think when I personally never actually believed in mindfulness, start my freshman year, I would say, that's just, I'm not going to do, that's kind of a waste of my time. But then Mr. Katz kind of forced me into it, because I was in his first period, I was in his fourth period class. So I was like, okay, well, we're starting every class like this. And I'm like, oh, this is starting to work. So I definitely think if it's starting to be introduced, it'll definitely start to have an impact. One of the questions we just got from on social media, there's a lot of stress on every time you post because of the negativity that we see too often on social media platforms. How exactly do you cope and handle situations whenever you just see this influx of negativity, whether that's through questions or comments or things of that nature? So I'll start with Skylar for that.
So I try to ignore it, and although that sounds like sometimes, when you get comments on posts, it's kind of hard to ignore it when you see it and then you think about it. And a lot of platforms allow the feature of like disabling comments or something, and I think that could help, as well as talking to someone that you trust about the situation or about like how you're feeling. So I think that can really help too when you get negative comments or any negative things on social media.
For sure. Anyone else want to add to that? Because I know quite a few of us have platforms that we use significantly. All right. So another question was, so oftentimes there's a student who said that they feel like they've been trying mindfulness things throughout their time, like throughout a short span, and that nothing seems to work. They want to know how they should really move forward when it seems like this pressure is still too much to go through. So I'll kind of leave that up for anyone to open.
Well, I'll jump onto this one. Like Dan had mentioned earlier about the yoga, I was similar in the way of like meditations and stuff like that when I first started mindfulness my freshman year with Dan, when he was trying to get us into it and stuff like that. I always thought like, oh, this isn't working for me. It's like, it's not doing anything. I'm not seeing an effect at all. That's because that's where my mindset was at. If you continuously do it and actually put your mind to it and go into the meditations or into the yoga or into the whatever activity it is that you're practicing, eventually it will click, and then from there on it's just a whole different game. Like, it's a whole different aspect of it because you're actually in it. At first it's obviously going to be difficult, and it's not, we've actually mentioned this with Jake in our podcast, it's not a thing that goes from one day to another or even from 1 week to another. It's something that you have to practice consistently, and then it will actually start to make sense to you. It will start to feel an effect in you. So for that, I would say just to keep trying it, to focus and try and like stay motivated in it, and eventually it's going to click. And if not, try different types of mindfulness techniques. Like we said, this is an endless toolbox. You don't have to just focus on mindful breathing. You can focus on a whole bunch of different things that we've mentioned here today, the 5-step grounding, everything. So you just have to find what works for you, and eventually you'll find it and it will click and you'll just continuously do it.
Thank you for that, Fernando. And I leave the question open to anyone if they'd like to answer it as well.
The only thing that I really wanted to kind of add when Fernando was talking about your breathing is that breathing and any type of meditation, although meditation is kind of one of those sore words that people use that are that has some of that stigma, is when conducting these types of exercises, a mindful breathing or a meditation, it's important to remember that it is completely in your hands. You are the creator, the facilitator, and you are completely in control of how you experience the meditation. So it's important when you're doing this stuff that you keep the mindset that you can take not only yourself seriously, but how the benefits of this meditation or this breathing will impact you. You can take that seriously while also remembering that because you facilitate this and because you are completely involved in the creative process, that you can also make it fun for yourself. So it's really important to remember, no matter how other people conceive of meditations or see meditations or talk to you about meditations, that it's really important how you yourself are going through the process of creating this world for yourself, creating your happy place, and legitimizing your own way of making yourself feel better. So
thank you for that, Jake. And now we have a question directed specifically to Dr. Gibson on where the state would like to see their mindfulness resources being expanded in the future.
That's a really good question. And I think to piggyback on the previous question, and it'll lead right into the state's effort, you know, the question that was just asked has to do a lot with resistance and what do you do when people are not too willing to embrace mindfulness. And I think it was Gia, one of your speakers that was presented, a college student that was a former student, I believe in Central Florida. She mentioned in her responses about an hour or two ago, the importance of asking yourself, is it worth it? Because sometimes with the academics and the athletics and the, you know, all this extra pulls that we, no matter your age, have in our life, you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? And then when you ask that question, when you begin to get people to think about their thinking, and we call it reflective practice, which no matter what age is important to do, then people start to realize, well, hey, like this is important. And in Florida, as you know, after the tragedy with Sandy Hook, state legislators, the first lady, the governor, the commissioner have championed changes to better support students. So one of those groups is actually a part of Student Voices, Sandy Hook Promise. And the script has been entirely changed to bring the need for mental and emotional health education to the classrooms authentically. So this time is ripe. Mrs. Brinkworth was saying it would be a good idea to maybe film a little introduction or a little teaser as to why this is important and what you're doing to be able to share out statewide. The best response to that question about how do we kind of elevate and again bring that eighth habit back, which the eighth habit really is lifting your voice, is connecting to, of course, ourselves first, but the greater cause. And right now we have these mental and emotional health state board of education rules that are promoting thinking about the mental and emotional health of students, of staff, faculty at schools. So it's no longer like hush hush. Every school, 6 through 12, you know, required to have a certain amount of hours of instruction, mental and emotional health, and professional development for teachers. So it's really to engage with that and to provide opportunities to improve on it, which is what we do with our Office of Healthy Schools at FDOE, is to try to improve on what's already in place and put students at the center of our work, which is the only way that we're going to really have an impact and meet the mission, you know, school-based as well as statewide. Hopefully
Yeah, that was definitely. Yeah, I definitely know that I sit on Student Voices, so I definitely know that things are going in the right direction, at least for me. Happy to see where it's grown from my freshman year going into my senior year now. But also as a senior, I think that something a lot of my classmates really worry about is all the stress of standardized testing. And I feel like over the years, it's just gotten progressively worse of how much standardized testing there is and how much it really becomes. Just opening the question to all the educators on the Q&A on how they can kind of like, do you guys see the standardized testing getting worse, or and how students really cope with the stress of all the tests in a 2-month span, really?
So I'll start because I am the parent of a senior this year, and so the level of stress amongst those that are in this process of trying to figure out how they're going to get to college in this time of pandemic has amplified that stress in a way that I don't think anyone ever could have imagined. And so the standardized testing, as a school board member, our district has been advocating in Tallahassee for almost as long as I've been on the school board that we not have the Florida standards assessment for high school students, but that we use assessments that students need to get into college. And now that conversation is slightly shifted, right? Because a lot of colleges are choosing to opt out of having standardized tests being part of their admissions process. But there's still this big question mark. Broward County Public School students were really fortunate because they were able to take an in-school SAT day right before we kind of stopped everything because of the pandemic, and all of the other administrations of SAT and ACT had been canceled. And so you have that one test, but there's still this level of anxiety about now what happens moving forward. Are there going to be other tests available? Will I be able to take another test before my admission process and my applications are submitted? And I know, Jonathan, that's the reality for your entire class, and you're the senior class president at Fort Lauderdale High School. So it's more than just the state assessments and the stress. It's now the assessments that are not within our control in our state, not within our control in our county, and how does that impact your ability to go to college and do the things that you wanted to do? And all of that unknown is, I think, 10 times more stressful than just the fact that you have to take a standardized assessment or that you have to take this high stakes test in order to get into college. So I believe that the stress and anxiety around standardized tests is unnecessary. I believe it is something that we need to work and focus on and continue to advocate against these high stakes tests because it impacts our teachers, it impacts our students, it impacts our families, and it's not a positive impact. So we have to look for ways to reduce that. But while we have those things and they are required by the DOE, what can we do to change the level of stress and anxiety? And I will tell you, when my son was in 3rd grade, his teacher, he started belly breathing with his teacher in 3rd grade. He didn't know he was doing mindfulness, but that ability to just give students the tools and have them have a toolbox to reduce their anxiety about these things that, even though we're working hard to stop pushing the stress and anxiety into our schools, as long as they exist, we have to have tools to deal with them.
All right. Thank you guys so much for participating. I want to give everyone, all of our guests at least, a final word and kind of just the benefits that you've seen through the techniques we've learned today, as well as just that you see in practicing mindfulness. So we'll go ahead and start with Dr. Gibson.
Sure, and that was actually perfect because I was like itching to talk right after Mrs. Brinkworth was speaking. I would just have to say that as a final word, I would like young people to know that, a lot of times when you're like in elementary, you see the picture of like the little ducky swimming and the little ducks behind it, and it looks so peaceful. Like, think about that image, okay? But then, like, reality is based on all the challenges of 2020 that we're facing. The reality is, and the comfort for you as young people, you need to realize that that little that duck that's swimming with the little ducklings behind it, and actually I saw this visual in a meeting I had with Miss Moniz. That mama duckling is swimming like for real and trying so hard to keep the peace, even though the water might look peaceful. And your parents, the community, your teachers, they're going to try their best to look, oh, cool, welcome back, kids, and all things. And your parents might say, and they will say, good luck as you return. I know it's going to be great. But we as adults are working diligently underneath that water to paddle away to make sure that we do the best that we can. So, the comment was made about the stress about standardized testing, the stress about so much, stress about how we're getting the kids to school, stress about what are we going to teach the kids? What are we not going to teach students now? Stress about, of course, how are we going to deal with all of the racial injustice and social injustice and pandemic safety, because we don't want anybody infected. But I want you students to be comforted in knowing that adults are doing the very best thing that I know since childhood to now, from my parenting and mentors and teachers to working with the adults I work with now statewide. The best thing that can be done is to model the way for students. Model the way for your peers. You could talk about it all day long, but until you apply it and actually show and lift your voice, that 8th habit, and do something, it becomes stagnant. So my final word to y'all would be to don't be disheartened. Be encouraged to know that we are doing the best we can, to not just be there kind of just, oh, there's those ducklings following, but we are pushing hard within many different types of waters to make sure that you are supported and that your academic and social and emotional health and well-being is of paramount at many different levels.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gibson, and now we'll go to Miss Jenna Moniz.
Thank you. A couple quick things. Testing. Education is shifting, and while I have an advanced degree and my son is your age and he's at a 4-year college, I work at Atlantic Technical College, where a lot of our programs are 1 year. You finish and you're making more money than I'm even making, as an educator. So something to keep in mind with regard to the stress and the pressures that we're putting on ourselves. Top 10 workforce skills aren't anything that you would see or be able to pass with regard to any test. They're the people skills. They're the social emotional skills. They're the ability to work together, to problem solve, to figure things out, to articulate yourselves, in a way that to be able to empathize with one another. The skills that I see you all presenting and displaying right here. An amazing score on an SAT won't necessarily mean that you can solve a pandemic. Nor does it mean that you can solve the social ills that we're dealing with today. The skills that you're showing right here, by starting with a thought, working with your colleagues, not letting resistance stop you, and push forward with something that you know is a solution, are the skills that will move the needle. And I would just say, keep doing what you're doing, listening first from your hearts. We know that the mind can be a tricky place. Find folks that will rally with you, and keep it moving. And lastly, your voice. So through social media and whatever else, we know that social media has huge, huge impact, and probably more now that we're in quarantine. We know that the messages that get sent to us through social media aren't necessarily always the full story or the true story. So what I want to say to you is your story, the stories of your resilience, the story of compassion, your stories of the things that you've overcome in your lives are going to be the example that give permission to your colleagues to do the same. So continue to tell your stories. Your stories are important. They matter. I'm excited to keep working with the Mindful Me group around telling our stories. That is what will shape and change the trajectory of not only this nation, but globally. The tests are the tests. The world is much larger than that, and we've got a lot of things to figure out and fix together, and that happens when we connect and you all tell your stories, so keep doing it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moniz. We'll now hand it over to Ms. Schuyler.
Okay, so some benefits that I've seen from practicing mindfulness is, in general, I think it's made me much more of a positive person. Being stressed out kind of makes you think of the negatives and just kind of makes people not as happy. Practicing mindfulness, there's so many different ways you can. It's also made me productive with my time. I think, you have to separate your school life, your social life, and when I practice mindfulness, it's definitely helped me with time management. And I think that's a really good thing. So I encourage everyone to practice it.
Thank you so much, Schuyler. And we're going to close out the Q&A with Ms. Brinkworth's final thoughts.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who participated today, from the opening keynote speaker all the way through the panel. It's been eye-opening, it's been interesting, it's been informative, and it's been engaging. And I think, like Jenna said, thank you for doing it. And, you know, in spite of the pandemic, thank you for doing it, for, you know, in spite of the fact that we have a tropical storm, all of those things. And thank you for doing this. And I think, you know, the most important thing for me, you know, at the end of the day, I'm one of those people who I have horrible speaker's remorse, and I do a speech and then I think about all the things I could have said or things that I could have done better, and I read, you know, what people say in comments or in evaluations, and the negative one always seems to be the one that I focus on instead of the positive ones. And so from today, one of the things that I just really want to make sure that it's a practice that I have to keep working on, right? I'm continuing to work on myself and improve. And I have to remind myself. So if you got 400 people saying something and one person said something negative, why are you dwelling on that one negative? And it's what we all do. I think it's human nature. It's just where our mind takes us. But from today's conversation, what I just want to make sure that we leave everybody with is that power about how you think is really within you. And you're sharing your stories about how it's impacting your life. The moment truly is now, I believe, for this to be something that changes the lives of all of our youth across the nation. We're going to start here in Broward, but I think it's going to have that impact very quickly. So continue to raise your voices, continue to share your stories, continue to convince people that this is a cool thing to do, right? This is something, it's not strange, it's not weird, it's not quirky, it's cool. It's the thing that's going to change our society. I really do believe that. And so I wish I would have had these tools when I was your age. I'm still practicing now at 52, you know, it's still something I'm working on, but I just want you to know how important it is, as everyone has said, to continue to share the knowledge, continue to share your experience, and just continue to lift your voices. It's really important. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brinkworth. Now Mr. Katz is going to close us out for the summit.
Thank you, guys. So I cannot begin to thank all of our guests, from our keynote speaker to all of our guests during our question and answer. It is an honor to be able to do this. We actually have had this idea for a while, and as Jenna has said, there are so many different blockages for us to be able to do a summit. And today, excuse me, we are here doing a summit, not just on this platform with Hey Summit, but like I said, it's going on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, because not everybody has the same capabilities. So we have so many people that we were able to talk to today. We are grateful. And we are grateful to the state with Dr. to Ms. Moniz, who has done so much for Mindful Me and so much for students in Broward. And then, of course, to our incredible school board member, Ms. Brinkworth, who has been able to open up these channels for us to be able to do things like Mindful Me, that if it wasn't for her dedication and her vision, we would not be able to do. So to the entire Mindful Me board, you guys rock. We have so much work to do. We are going to continue and get bigger and bigger and bigger. But I would be remiss if I didn't thank Jonathan Mungle today, because there's so many technical things that go on for a virtual summit. It is not just like an in-person summit. A virtual summit has so many challenges that we would not have been able to overcome had it not been for Jonathan. Not just with our Hey Summit and Zoom platform, not just with the Skype platform, not just with the YouTube Live, the Instagram Live, and the Facebook Live. He is managing all of that all at the exact same time. So thank you to him and to Alexa, because she has been incredible with our tech as well. We wouldn't be able to do it without their efforts. So hopefully everybody, you guys stay safe with the storm, stay safe with the pandemic. Remember, we are all connected, period. If you have any questions, any ideas, mindfulme.org, 2 L's, please let us know. We are all here to help. And hopefully everybody has an incredible, incredible rest of your weekend. Stay safe. We're here for each other. And thanks a lot. Bye now.